morning. I will now call the July 17, 2024 San Diego County Board of Supervisors Land Use Meeting, Fire Protection District Meeting, Flood Control District Meeting, and Sanitation District meetings to order. I will be chairing today's meeting because Supervisor Nora Vargas is absent. Today's meeting is going to be run a bit differently in accordance with the board's rules of procedure. Over the weekend, we saw the tragic outcome of gun violence during a political rally in Pennsylvania. One person lost their life and a former president was struck by gunfire. Political violence of any kind is absolutely unacceptable. Our County Board of Supervisors comes from different backgrounds, representing different communities, and there are times our views differ, but we all agree that violence has no place here. It's our responsibility to make this a safe place for all our residents, county staff, and for each other. So let me share some of the changes with you up front. After the non-agenda public comment and the consent calendar, any discussion item with 10 or more people providing comment will only have 1 minute to share your comment. Second, if you disrupt the meeting, you will be given only one warning. After that one warning, if you disrupt the meeting again, you will be directed to leave the chambers for the remainder of the meeting. If you choose not to leave, we will stop the meeting and the sheriff's deputies will remove you. And once you're removed, we will resume the meeting. Expressing your support or opposition on the recommendations in discussion items is considered being on topic when you come to speak at the microphone. If you're not speaking in support or in opposition of an item, you will be off topic, be given one warning, and you will forfeit the remainder of your time. If you choose to not leave the podium after your time is forfeited, we will stop the meeting and the sheriff's deputies will remove you, and once you are removed, we will resume the meeting. Again, these changes are in accordance with the County Board Rules of Procedure. Finally, if you're going to provide a comment on an item, we've also changed where you will line up. No longer will you line up underneath the mural. When the clerk calls your name, you will line up on the arrows, which you can see right there, and wait your turn. So I will now turn it over to the Assistant Clerk of the Board to call the roll.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. Supervisor Anderson.
Here.
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Here.
Supervisor Desmond.
Here.
And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer.
Here. We will hand the floor to County Council now for their closed session report.
Good morning. The Board of Supervisors met in closed session on July 16th, 2024 from 4:56 p.m. to 5:05 p.m. 4 board members were present with Chairwoman Nora Vargas absent. The board took no reportable actions. End of report.
Thank you. We will now proceed with non-agenda public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to address the board on subject matters within the board's jurisdiction, but not an item on today's agenda. The only action that the board may take is a referral to the Chief Administrative Officer. A reminder, according to the board's Rule 4A, members of the public that are non-English speaking and need interpretation assistance will get twice the allotted time for their comments. As a reminder, according to the board's rules, audience members shall not whistle, clap, stomp feet, or conduct any behavior that in any way disrupts the proceedings of this meeting. To better facilitate this meeting, we have 5 speakers in person, 5 speakers via phone, and the rest of non-agenda public communication will be heard at the close of today's meeting. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 22 requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 7 individuals in person, and 15 requesting to speak by phone. For those that have requested to speak by phone, if you could please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll go ahead and begin with the in-person speakers, and again, we'll be hearing from the first 5 speakers pursuant to the board's rules of procedure. All remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. As your name is called, if you could please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You'll then have 2 minutes to address the board. Please begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals, Michael Brando, Mark, and Robert Gurman.
Gurman.
Of an experiment here at Gillespie Airport, Bill Allen's old-time airport project.
Oh, yeah.
Would you tell our viewers about your hangar?
Well, about 3 years ago, I heard about these hangars that Bill Allen was building, and I thought, gee, that would really be nice. So I ran over there, and he had one left in phase 1. And it had a door on both ends so that I can taxi in and taxi out, because it's hard for me to move the airplane, and that way I don't have to depend on a lot of people for help. And so finally, it was built, it was finished about April of this year. I waited about 3 years. And in fact, they're still building some in phase 2. And it's a wonderful project. And I love the area, and there are no hangars like it on the
How many
field.
hangars are there?
In this project, there are 24.
And they're made to look like an airport in the 1920s or
right.
1930s?
They have grass in front of the airport, and and they have a second floor. Some people are building apartments in them and so forth. And I'm building an apartment in mine. It's not finished yet, but I do have occupancy for my airplane in it.
What are some of the features that you're putting in your particular hangar?
Well, on the second floor, I'm putting a great big, it's 2,800 square feet on the second floor. Altogether, I have about 6,000 square feet, counting 2,800 square feet for the hangar, down below for my airplane, and then I have a little side building where the stairway goes, and that's 300 and 300. So anyway, I'm building a one-bedroom apartment, bath, kitchen, and a huge front room, which will be sort of a hangout room. I don't plan to live there.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mark, so right now something really horrible is happening with our government. The Supreme Court, I've told people I'm not right or left. The Supreme Court has just said that homeless people can be fined and arrested. This is the beginning of actual slavery, real slavery now, Monica. And of course, since no one in government is stopping inflation and government is partnered with the Federal Reserve to cause inflation, the problem is only going to get exponentially worse. This is real systematic slavery, and you better stop it. People of all colors everywhere. Now, all the videos I'm about to show you, or articles, they're either on BitChute, most are on YouTube, almost all these. So first of all, Klaus Schwab, if you see this title on YouTube, he literally says in the first minute and 30 seconds that he's penetrated governments, including ours, including Canada, France, Argentina, and now ours. Nora Vargas is young global leader of the World Economic Forum, as is Gavin Newsom. They're promoting UN agendas, and it's against us. I'm not strange in thinking this. Alabama and Tennessee have both enacted legislation against Agenda 21, so don't think it can't be done or is a wild idea. Rosa Corey, California court expert witness, gives her testimony before some of the New Hampshire legislature right here in this video title on YouTube. And you can see parts 2 and 3 also. In the first 17 minutes, well, not first 17, from 6 minutes 40 seconds to 24 minutes, you and your fifth grader can see this and understand the Federal Reserve and the scam that's being done on us. That's a YouTube video. Corporation Nation, Goodbye American Sovereignty, Sandag limits our movement at 1 minute.
Next speaker, please.
Michael, every animal matters. Every animal matters. And for the record, just as it has been in past meetings, Tara Lawson-Remer is completely ignoring speakers, looking down, just like she did with all of the speakers who came here to talk about equine abuse and animal abuse. Yesterday, the public was gaslit again. Now, I'm sure Andrew Strong is a delightful man. I know he was associated with the Department of Equity, but yesterday he made an outrageous comment about the horses on Artesian Road. He said that the situation is sustainable. Sustainable. I can tell you right now, animal advocates are becoming more and more outraged at the vile behavior of Tara Lawson-Remer. And all of this is a hangover, residual, from when this gentleman was here. should I use the word gentleman? It came to my awareness that Paul Worley was Nathan Fletcher's chief of staff. Nancy Worley, Paul Worley's wife, is the chief content and communications officer at KPBS. Wow, isn't that interesting? Now Tara's looking up because Tara continues to tweet and Twitter and lie and tries to use all these victimization ploys to make her seem like such an innocent woman. Well, guess what? People aren't buying it anymore. People aren't buying it. And you know what? I think Tara's going to self-implode much quicker than Nathan did. And Nora, how about that?
Thank you. Next, I'd like to invite the remaining speakers, Parita Javier and Cesar Javier. Please state your name for the record. Thank you.
I am Parita Javier, senior vulnerable resident with heart issue, diabetic and trauma, fear of getting respiratory disease, lung cancer. We declare war for survival. We wrote the owner neighbor about their toxic emitting ceramics kiln us, and we'll read to you partially as follows. We experienced the passing recurring headache, coughing, sneezing, unusual heart palpitation, sleeplessness, and other respiratory issues. Our medical records show that Purita, your friend, had twice evacuated to the hospital twice, once by herself. And remember when Mr. Fraser came to our house and asked help what to do with Mrs. Fraser, who was ill. The standard or protocol for safety in construction operations and maintenance, especially disposal of toxic chemical leftovers, is critical and is lacking since your statements and or questions by the common sense while waiting for the police responders on June 13, 2021 are worth weighing and understanding to it. Number one, what are?
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to the next speaker.
That was the letter. A basic goodwill relation with neighbors. I am the husband, and we are at war for survival. We need clean air to enjoy that piece of property which we paid at the assessor's office for $365 biannually. We just paid it. We wanted to enjoy that piece of property, Mommy Steve. The culprit here, or culprits are many. One, the Municipal Code Rule 11, exempting ceramics kiln, whether it is gas, electric, or wood. Originally, it was wood. Now, it was converted after the pandemic. And this is worse because it has to operate at a peak heat, meaning 2,400 degrees Fahrenheit, to produce this price ceramics. The repetitive heating of clay mixed with chemicals, transforming into gas, is toxicity, poisoning the air we breathe in a residential area, populated area. we call impoverished Cholas Streamview community, now populated by Asian Americans, Vietnamese, Cambodian, Laotian, Filipino, fellow Latino. Please understand us. We are not fighting our government. We are helping our government. We are shaping the direction of our government. They are killing us softly. I think these people are the sons and children.
Thank you. We will now hear from those that have requested to speak by phone. Again, we'll be hearing from the first 5 callers. The remaining callers will be heard at the conclusion of... Sir, your time is up.
I'm sorry.
Your time is up. We'll be hearing from the first 5 callers. Will be heard at the remaining of the callers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted. You will then hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd like to remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking, and we'll go ahead and begin with our first caller.
Eleanor, when I signed up to speak, I had to check a box to say whether I was speaking in favor or opposition. This is odd because I signed up for non-agenda. Anyway, I'm speaking in favor. Here's what I am in favor of. I'm in favor of this entire board resigning, and soon you will, because rats always jump ship. Tara, how dare you violate our Constitution and Brown Act? How dare you unilaterally change the rules of the meeting? You remind me of a kindergartner I saw playing a game with some other children. This kindergartner changed the rules of the game each time the others were winning. Eventually the others left and started their own game. There was no one left to play. You are that kindergartner. We are no longer playing with you. This is why we no longer come to the meetings, not because we are afraid. Perhaps it is time for you to rappel down this building so you don't incur reckless endangerment and felony and misdemeanor charges as you did 20 years ago. Is George Soros still your handler? Or perhaps now it's Klaus Schwab? I'd like to address your comment about people coming here and making anti-Semitic comments. As a member of the San Diego Jewish community, I am appalled that you are making these sweeping statements without backing them up with a single example. You are clearly implementing the critical race theory ideology of divide and conquer, which was introduced by Karl Marx, a Jew in name only. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I haven't seen you involved in the Jewish community. My guess is that your only involvement is that you were instrumental in giving millions of our taxpayer dollars to Jewish Family Services to house illegal aliens in hotels. As for you, Tara, and the rest of the parasites on this board, your 2030 agenda will never prevail. We the people do not consent to this board. We do not consent to your evil agenda. You have no...
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Hey, it's Jim. Yes, we all hear Tara lessons, reamers, edicts, mandates, and rules at the Board of Supervisors meetings. No problem. Whereas it may be hard to abide by them and possibly even illegal to enforce them, constitutionally speaking, I believe we can come to an agreement. There is a two-way street when it comes to governance and, most importantly, the governed. Let it be known the people will have rules of its own, and I bring them to you now. Are you ready? The people's rules. Number 1, the Board of Supervisors shall not infringe on the Speaker's expression by capriciously interrupting. And if they do, they will pause the clock and reset the clock without question. Number 2, the Board shall not target certain speakers they do not like by agitating or attempting to have them removed from the chambers. Number 3, there will be no cell phone use while speakers are presenting. Joel, yes, there is still hope for you. You will get one warning before having your phone taken away. Number 4, board members must pay attention to the speakers while they speak. It is your duty and your job. Number 5, never shall board members during meetings be posting on social media, such as Instagram, Tara. Number 6, board members shall not be tardy, Tara, and must be in attendance in some way, save for a cleared emergency with a written excuse by a doctor, parent, or guardian. Number 7, meetings will start on time. As we all know by now, 10 push-ups for every minute late. And yes, if you haven't done your 350 push-ups for the last 2 months worth of late under Nora, please get it done. A final consequence, of course, will be your removal from office, which will be well deserved. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Becky Raff. I'm a parent and a public health educator focused on youth drug prevention. Today, I wanted to share with you a recent paper published in the journal Addiction titled Young Adult Retail Purchases of Cannabis, Product Category Preferences and Sales Trends. Researchers at the University of California, Irvine, led by Dr. Connie Heckman, try to answer the question, what products are young people most likely to buy? With rates of daily use among teens and young adults skyrocketing, it's important we look at what market trends may be driving those numbers up. According to UCI researchers, California market data proves that flower and vape pens are the products most purchased in the permitted market. The study also found that youth are more likely than older adults to purchase higher potency vape pens and cartridges. This is deeply concerning as high-potency products are associated with significant adverse effects, such as marijuana-induced psychosis. We already witnessed this trend with Juul and other manufacturers in the nicotine market. Furthermore, we now have a flavor ban on all nicotine products. But marijuana vapes are still permitted to be sold with fruity flavors and packaging known to be attractive to youth. I ask this board to please consider a flavored marijuana ban, similar to the flavored tobacco ban. The marijuana industry is relentless in hooking our kids young in an effort to create lifetime users. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
Bold. Where's Nora? Homeless. The solution is not driving them from place to place, making them more hidden in more dangerous spots, or with less available resources like food, water, and transportation. While we've dawdled and delayed, numbers have gone up 22% in 2023, 3% in 2024. Deaths have skyrocketed as the homeless are pushed out of the cities into the danger zones. It is time to try a new approach. Jobs or dignity, mental health, including drug abuse, prescribed or not, crime both by and against. And then housing, which given the state of the market and some powerful predatory landlords, could be years away. And then they need to clear the waiting list. You need to take a hard look at what gives more bang for the buck. Housing, which will probably pan out in 5 or 10 years. Police abuse, aka enforcement, which doesn't work, rapacious landlords, or something else, like a serious mental health budget or giving jobs to the capable. Start by asking why so many of society's castaways will do almost anything to stay out of pre-established shelters. Don't they trust you? I would suggest a large congregate shelter, sort of mini-city for the homeless, like Sunbreak Ranch. Check it out. We can do it if we think outside the box. And go Jim, go Eleanor. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Whoa.
Gunflow. So something I forgot to mention yesterday. If you don't use it, you lose it. freedom of speech, having the right to speak, having the right to address the puppet managers, because they're not leaders, they're just managers, like at Walmart, with no real power. And they too, along with the people whom they love dearly, will be bitten in the behinds by policies they push and pass. You see, we no longer have rights. We only now have privileges. It's election season. The hit piece done by KPBS, emphasis on the BS, was a direct target on we the people's free speech. The fact that Amita Sharma herself hadn't a clue about one of the biggest stories in the county, the horses being abused and neglected, tells you that the people you're getting your news from, they know very little and just parrot and regurgitate. Again, it's election season. It was the usual divide and conquer tactic. You don't have to be an irrelevant private investigator to figure that one out. The takeaway: the media, journalists, politicians do it all for self-gain. That's why nothing ever gets accomplished in government. That is why all of our hard-earned tax dollars continue being redirected to what doesn't really ever benefit the people. It only ever benefits them, in keeping us all enslaved to their purposely flawed system. Nothing will change if you continue to allow for corruption by government and believing the lies by the media. Reminder, anything built on pretense or inauthenticity is going to collapse. And to Mark, I wanted to say, we're already slaves. Slavery never ended, and Rome never fell. It just changed names. I'm done.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this morning. And again, all remaining speakers will be heard at the conclusion of today's session.
Okay, thank you. The next item on our agenda is the approval of the statement of proceedings and minutes for the Board of Supervisors land use meeting of June 26, 2024, Fire Protection District meeting of June 25th and 26, 2024, Flood Control District meeting of June 25 and 26, 2024, and Sanitation District meeting of June 25 and 26, 2024. Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you. Second. We have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, a second by Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Please call the vote.
And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present and voting aye.
Okay, we will now proceed with the formation of our consent calendar. This is items 1 through 8, Flood District 01, 03, and SA 01. So members of the public will be able to comment on the consent calendar after the supervisors pull any items that they would like to pull for discussion. So I would like to start by pulling item 8. And then I just have some remarks in support of item number 7. I think we've worked really long and really hard to see this progress on the Mira Mesa Epicenter. I'm incredibly grateful for all the support of my colleagues in making this happen. I'm so excited to finally have the lease for the Mira Mesa Epicenter approved by the City Council last week, here before us today for approval. This is a truly historic project and partnership between the city and the county, and will revitalize the Mira Mesa Epicenter into a facility that will be youth-focused, as well as a drop-in and recreational and social activities for the community as a whole. So as I think everyone remembers, Warwick County is stepping up with $10.5 million to support the renovations of this facility. And we've done extensive and really deep community consultations over the last couple years to really assess what the core needs are of the community and make investments in Mira Mesa, an area of our city that is too often neglected and overlooked. So this lease is going to be a great opportunity to allow us to make an important investment in Mira Mesa, and I want to thank county staff and the Department of Parks and Rec and everyone for all of your assistance in making this happen. So thank you very much. With that, I will go to Supervisor Anderson. Do you have any remarks or anything to pull?
Not this time, thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Desmond?
No items to pull. You pulled item 8. I would only request that we do item 8 before item 9,
okay.
Or just right after consent. And then before we have the speakers on item 8, this is the item I brought forward. If I could do a brief introduction before the speakers
Sure.
on item 8. Thank you.
Good. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp?
No comments at this time.
Okay, thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve the balance of the consent.
Okay, great. Any second?
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion by Supervisor Desmond and second by Supervisor Anderson to approve the balance of the consent agenda. Okay.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We have 29 total requests to speak on items on the consent calendar, 10 people in person, and 19 requesting to speak by phone. Again, as a reminder, item number 8 was pulled from the consent calendar for discussion, so any individuals that have requested to speak on that item, please hold your comments until the board discusses that item. We'll receive public comment on that item separately. Any individuals that requested to speak on the remaining items on the consent calendar by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll go ahead and begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, if you could please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. I will be calling individuals in groups of 3, and I'd like to invite forward the following individuals: Sandra Smith, Gloria Rickard, and Cheryl, I believe it's Patricio. May come to the podium in any order, and you'll have 2 minutes to address the board. And if you could state your name for the audio record.
And before everyone starts, just remind me, please identify what item you're speaking to on the consent agenda, because you have to speak to an item that's on the consent agenda. Thank you.
Hello? Okay. We would like to start by thanking the San Diego County Board of Supervisors for generously investing in the San Diego Regional Epicenter. We would also like to acknowledge the staff who have engaged respectfully with us for the last 18 months or so, and who have literally addressed all of our concerns in regard to the covenants and conditions of the project. With huge shout-outs to Brandon Schroeder, Riley DeWitt Rickards, and Alyssa Way, who have attended every meeting, patiently listening and taking notes. We share the county's vision of making the Epicenter the hub of the community. As concerned citizens who live in the community and having experienced the failure of the previous Epicenter, we want to be able to pass the torch on to future generations, knowing we have done our due diligence in assuring that the Epicenter and the surrounding park are protected and preserved for recreational and cultural purposes for many years to come. Therefore, we would like to reinforce our understanding that the following actions have been or are being taken. 1, the corrections of the confusing zoning records to be zoned to open park space in order to prevent future encroachment by commercial or residential development. 2, the removal of the CDBG in order to open up programming options. 3, that the Epicenter be a community center for all ages. 4, that the property be environmentally safe. Additionally, we would like to know that the county's measurements for what the county's measurements for success are, what benchmarks will the county use to ensure the Epicenter's success and continued funding, and most importantly, what happens if the Epicenter fails as the previous one did? What will happen to the property? Thank you very much, and we're all looking forward to a successful project. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Gloria Rickard, and I'm speaking about the Epicenter. First and foremost, I want to enthusiastically thank Brandon Schroeder, Riley DeWitt Rickards, and Alyssa Way for their diligence. They have consistently treated us with respect, giving us a voice, always listening, and acknowledging our concerns. Even when we didn't agree, they welcomed questions, treating us as a true partner. Moving forward, I want to encourage continued conscientiousness, safeguarding the Epicenter's short and long-term success. I believe everyone here is focused on creating a successful facility, one where safety and addressing community needs remains paramount. To that end, continued due diligence is essential to ensuring that the Epicenter launches with a blast and remains a jewel in the center of our park in perpetuity. No one in this room, this seems ridiculous to even mention. No one in this room would buy a car without checking it out. We all get recommendations for physicians and contractors and comparison shop on Amazon or when grocery shopping. Doing our homework is part of life, one that I hope doesn't get lost in the shuffle. I have a strong vested interest in the success of the Epicenter. Mira Mesa's residents are the Epicenter's clients. It's our neighborhood, and we are more than willing to invest our time and energy in our community. Mira Mesa Senior Center is enormously successful and 100% volunteer run, serving those age 18 and up. With our experience and passion, we want to be involved in decisions impacting our neighborhood. We fervently hope that the engagement and established partnership between the Mira Mesa community and the county will continue. Thank you for your time and support.
Good morning. My name is Cheryl Makadaan Paraiso, and I am a proud member of the Mira Mesa community and a small business owner. Also, I come from a line of Navy veterans. My husband, my son, and my two dads. My dad and father-in-law have been in the Navy. So I just want to let you know how important that a sense of community, bringing the Epicenter back to Mira Mesa, not only as a teen center, but also as a multicultural center. I came here with knowing that community is so important. And right now I bring my dad to the Senior Citizen Center, which is a safe haven for seniors, and we want that to be a safe haven as well for the community and teens. And we just thank you for treating the lease like it was your own home, because that is important to all of us, is it not? So just going forward, we want to have a voice in programs that are coming into the community, and I know with your help, you will oblige us. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'll invite for the next three speakers, Mark Carroll, Mitz Lee, and Cesar Javier.
Hi, Board of Supervisors. First, I'm really just here to say thank you, especially to Tara Lawson-Remer and the rest of you that have supported this Epicenter. I'm here because this is a public space for our community. It was sitting empty, nothing was happening with it. And a lot of us, when we think of public spaces like the library, it's a place where anybody can go, doesn't cost anything. You can go in there and you can read a book, you can look at the newspaper, you can just relax and do the computer. It's a beautiful place. I was going to a line dancing class at our library, and then the city decided that line dancing wasn't appropriate in libraries, and so they got rid of it, which was crazy. Then I heard that the senior center, which was very close to it, had line dancing. And so I went over there, and I met this great community. A lot of them are right here today. My line dancing teacher is out there. So this is a senior center. It's a public space. Anybody can go there. It brings people together for free, and it's something that you guys as politicians do for all of us. So thank you for that. Now you're about to start another free community space for teens especially, and I want to say that's wonderful. Find out what they like to do. So like at our Mira Mesa Senior Center, people like to line dance, they like to do mahjong, they like to do karaoke and things like that. They're drawn there, and we meet each other there, and we form this community. And I'm hoping we can do the same thing for teens. Ask the teens what they want to do. Do they want to play music? Set up the teen center so it's something that really works for them. So I'm mainly here just to say thank you. Community spaces are so great. I know you guys represent the whole county. Make sure that other neighborhoods have a place like the Senior Center or the Epicenter where people can go and meet each other. Thank you very much.
Sir, could you state your name for the record, please?
I'm sorry. My name is Mark Carroll.
Thank you.
Veteran City School, San Diego City Schools elementary school teacher. And I want to say thank you for what you guys do.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mitz Lee, and I'm the Voluntary Executive Director of the Mira Mesa Senior Center, and I'm so proud of our seniors today who came. We are here today because we care deeply about the Epicenter and our community. As parents, we owe it to our children and future generations to ensure the Epicenter is safe and protected. It should become a place for park and recreation activities for all ages, reflecting our rich cultural diversity. We express our gratitude for the San Diego County's allocation of $10.5 million towards the rehabilitation of the nearly 50 years old Mira Mesa Epicenter. Today, you are also considering a 45-year lease that includes an ongoing annual budget for programming, operations, and maintenance. This substantial investment underscores the county's commitment to our community, and we thank you. We have received the staff and we reviewed the staff memo on agenda item 7. We appreciate the staff recognizing the complexity of the project, that the county is not yet prepared to take possession of and long-term responsibility of the premises until the county staff have conducting ongoing due diligence of the property. If due diligence determines that additional funding is needed for rehabilitation, will there be a continued commitment to provide funding to the rehabilitation of the Epicenter? Thank you very much, and I hope you will consider that decision today.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Cesar Javier, a Boy Scout, builder, and a teacher. I've been here for 24 years, and we support this program. You know, study, research, but there is something more. Man and our shell, Mother Earth. The society is ought to respect, protect, and defend. Enter the county, anywhere in the county, we have humans below life standard. Go to Balboa Park and we have those animals well sheltered, well fed, well protected. Where is your conscience? Leaders, thank you for the economic drivers, the businessmen. Come on, share your wealth. Let us help one another and bring a county that is supposed to be the show window of this Mother Earth. County of San Diego, this will be soon megalopolis, connecting us to the earthlings, Mother Earth. Please, let's have priority on humans and our shell. Please, please. Clean air, clean water, clean and safe neighborhood, and clean food. Not marijuana, not drugs, not liquor. Clean food. Thank you. You are our policymakers. They are only part of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll invite for the next three speakers, Mark, allegedly Audra, and Michael Brando.
Filipino America. We share the burden.
You can come forward in any order.
Build a better great republic.
I'm going to prove there's no equity, right? Because you're going to probably try and stop me from doing the same thing that that man did, which is interesting because they don't matter. They actually don't. You guys don't even listen to the people. And what you did yesterday, as far as trying to have me arrested because I was bringing up your staff.
Can you stop Audra's time for a second? Audra, you can face that direction. You just have to speak to an agenda item. Just identify what agenda item you're speaking on.
All of them.
As long as you're speaking in relevance to one of the, either the recommendations for or against any of the items on the consent agenda, you're welcome to your full time. Just indicate what you're speaking on, which recommendations you're speaking on, and you're welcome to your full time.
I'm speaking on them all because it all has to do with consent. And you don't have the people's consent. And you think that you do. And you think that you can sit up there and arbitrarily decide what people can and what they cannot say. And free speech shall not be infringed, and you infringe upon it all the time. And you know it.
And it's sad because it's like, why do you have to do that? Why do you have to all of a sudden change the rules, give people one warning, and then you kick them out? What's the point of that? Like, does it make you feel good? Because it seems to make you feel good. It makes you, like,
Can you
feel
pause
powerful.
Audra's time for one moment? Council, is speaking on consent generally considered appropriate to be relevant to one of the items on the agenda? Is that sufficient nexus?
The concept of consent is not related to the consent calendar. It needs to be an actual agenda item that's on the consent calendar.
So speaking to consent generally is not sufficient, but Audra can speak to any item on the consent agenda, any recommendation for or against any of them, but she cannot speak to consent generally as a concept. Is that correct? Okay,
How
Audra,
can you
thank
determine what free speech is?
Please restart her time.
You're going to restart it? See, I don't understand, because for free speech, you can talk about anything that you want. And you can't say, oh, it can only be this, it can only be that. And that's the problem, is that that's what you like to do. Because you sit up on a dais and you act like you can just decide these things, decide what people can say. You don't even listen to the people. So it's a wonder why you even have to sit there and silence certain people and then not others.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Mark, so your overview on number 8, the county's vision for decarbonization through a transition away from traditional sources of energy. So what they want to do is put these battery energy systems in. And I'm going to...
Can you pause this time? I think, are you speaking to 8 because 8 has been pulled from the consent?
It has, so that'll be discussed separately?
Yeah, it'll be discussed separately. So any other item other than 8 you can comment on.
Okay.
Please restart his time.
Okay. It's okay, let it go. Thank you for pulling that. Except I'll only get 1 minute on that. So I do want to take some time to discuss 8 here.
Please pause this time. You can't talk about 8. It's not on this agenda item. So we're talking about, this is the consent agenda. You can talk about any item that's going to be discussed and voted on as part of the consent agenda.
So the fact that it was on consent doesn't
And
matter.
it's been correct. Since it's been pulled, it has its special and dedicated time to discuss, which is the next.
1 minute for when it's
If there are more than 10 speakers, 10 or more speakers, there's 1 minute per item. So you can talk about any of these other items on the consent. The reason there's 2 minutes on consent is because there's lots of items. So you can talk about 2, 3, 6 items, however many you want, that are on consent.
Okay, by the way, Inga, is 1 minute
please restart his time.
Inga, is 1 minute a reasonable amount of time according to the Brown Act? Would you consider 1 minute reasonable on a topic, a complex topic?
The rule of procedures, section 4A, addresses that situation. If there are more than 10 speakers, the chair.
But do you consider that 1 minute? Does that, if you had to discuss a complex topic, do you think 1 minute would be sufficient? Do you think that these supervisors should have 1 minute to discuss their opinions on these topics? Do you think that would be fair to them?
You can go ahead and answer the legal question.
Yeah, I know you can't give your real opinion on this because no one would think that's reasonable. No one. You're just being controlled. This sucks. I'm not going to have much time later, but I will say that these things are relevant to why I'll be discussing them. Everyone should check out these video titles or articles. I have 7 seconds left on something that's actually incredibly complex and important. But you can check it out on your own.
Thank you. Your time is up. Recalling Michael Brando, and then our last speaker that has signed up in person is Hermes. Either are in the chamber, if you could please make your way to the podium. Not seeing Michael Brando or Hermes in the chamber, we'll go ahead and move to the callers that called in. When it is your turn to speak, you'll then be unmuted and you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd like to remind the callers that they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking, and we'll go ahead and begin with our first caller.
All about Mayor Mesa. You say because of the complexity of the project, the county is not yet prepared to take possession of and the long-term responsibility for the premises. This is a 45-year lease. We aren't talking, we aren't talking something that you can drop next year. Will its eco-friendly net zero energy goals and multimodal accessibility matter in the year 2070? Will the county be able to sustain its funding sources and revenues for 45 years? You know, it's nice to dream, but 45 years is just too long to plan a contract when you're not ready. Let's see. Procure mosquito larvicide. Single source for routine renewals should be abolished. Vendors can make errors, fail audits, or better vendors can arise. Less toxic or cheaper larvicides may be invented. You should provide a cost-benefit detail, specific justification, and toxicity review. That you made a contract with these companies 5 years ago is not good enough. The Tijuana River pollution, it can affect everyone in the area and not. I suggested the use of handheld air pollution monitors to zero in on the problem. In concrete-lined canals speed up water flow. We need to do something. Try something new, or maybe something old and forgotten, like containment barriers. Ugly but effective. Otherwise, why have an emergency? Is it so local politicians can once again play the victim? Maybe. Our health is more important. The traffic advisory starting no working time.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Remer. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm a parent, community planning group attendee, and community volunteer in youth programs, especially mentoring programs at our schools. I am speaking in support of item 1. Regarding the importance of safe roads in our county roads, I wanted to express my concern with drug-impaired driving. Working with high school teens, we try to provide the information they need to be safer drivers and to realize that their age group is particularly vulnerable to roadway accidents during the summertime. Promoting safe driving is personal to me since I'm the parent of 3 adult sons who have the highest rate of drug-impaired driving. Recently, the National Safety Council fact sheet announced that, and I quote, "It is unsafe to be under the influence of cannabis because marijuana use slows reaction time, impacts memory, and impairs skills essential to driving." End quote. Intoxicating cannabis products can have a major impact on the safety of our roadways. Many of these intoxicating cannabinoid products, including vaping devices, now also being sold at gas stations and smoke shops, in addition to marijuana storefronts. Thanks for the recent county press release for sending out media messages regarding marijuana and other drug-impaired driving. As a parent, I appreciate the county's assistance in reducing the presence of marijuana products like vapes and candies, their deliveries and advertising in our communities and the stores that sell them. Thank you for hearing my concerns this morning.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
My name is Kathleen Lippett. I'd like to speak to items 1, 7, and 5.
You may begin your comments. Thank you.
Exemptions. Pardon?
Oh, you may begin your comments. Thank you.
Oh, okay. My name is Kathleen Lipton. The consent items 1, 5, and 7. 1, regarding CEQA exemptions. I think they should be far more carefully considered. I attend my planning groups, and one of the issues that comes up a lot are the problems with the illegal grows. California State Parks Cannabis Watershed Protection Program has had to clean up five state parks, but our county cannabis program does not even know how many illegal grows there are because it is not an oversight regulatory body that investigates these things. It is simply it's complaint driven. So the state parks removed illegal cannabis. And these are in remote locations, the rugged terrain, and the waste has to be airlifted out of these parks. The environmental damage due to the use of toxic banned herbicides and pesticides and introduction of invasive species and destruction of native plants and wildlife is among the damage from marijuana. And yet marijuana industry is being given carte blanche to move ahead, and there is no oversight from it. Also, regarding the larvicides that are put on, one of the complaints of the community residents is that they are not.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker. Consuelo, it is your turn to speak. You may be muted.
Yes, I was.
Thank you.
This is Consuelo, and I am going to speak on. Wait, before I speak, I just wanted to tell y'all, Tara's sharp today. She's throwing curveballs, being extra nice, giving you time. Thank you. Anyways, let's see. I'm going to speak on 5 and. Let's see. What number is the Tijuana sewage shit that you guys haven't taken care of yet? 6. I'm speaking on 5 and 6. So yeah, larvicide products, stuff that you all permit they use is I feel that you all should have something printed out for the public, every tax-paying citizen, showing the ingredients of the shit that they spray and they use, that we eventually will be affected by. And 6, the TJ River pollution. Well, that shit just affects everyone, honestly. Let's see. Yeah, what's CARB saying about that? Do they care? No, they just want you to just stop farting and stop driving and, penalize you. But it's okay that they, permit shit like this. Pun intended. 5, 6. Wait, I think I also wanted to speak on Mira Mesa. Nope, I don't want to speak on that. No parking at 7. Oh, traffic advisory ordinance.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Jacob, and I'm speaking in support of agenda item number 7, the lease for the Mira Mesa Epicenter.
You can continue your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors and everyone joining us today. My name is Jacob, and I'm a resident of Mira Mesa and a recent graduate of Mira Mesa High. For too long, the Epicenter has sat empty, and today I urge you to approve this lease and breathe new life into the space. This isn't just about the building. The Epicenter can be a beacon for our youth and our community, a place for after-school programs, art, and safe spaces for teenagers to connect. When I was a student at Mira Mesa High, there were times where I wouldn't have a place to go after school. Along with me, many students in Mira Mesa do not have the privileges of private activities. The Epicenter can be the answer for us. Countless people who can benefit from mentorship, skill development, or simply a place to hang out with friends in a positive environment. This lease represents an investment in our future and the young people and residents who will shape Mira Mesa. Let's seize this chance to create a vibrant community center that will truly serve Mira Mesa. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Ann Riddle here. I came to speak to item 1 and 7. And at my, regarding number 1, at my county planning group, we have a great appreciation for how important it is that our roads be safe and that our transportation systems be adequate out in the backcountry. This continues to be a focus of our conversation. And I came because the safety of our roads is gravely important to me personally. I have 6 of my grandchildren are college students, and they have been on the road more than I would like to see them. And I have appreciated the county press release regarding the seriousness of driving impaired, particularly under the influence of marijuana. So I've talked to my grandchildren. What I understand is that that age group, that 18 through 25, are more likely to be driving under the influence of marijuana than alcohol. So it becomes increasingly clear that our county needs to make it clear how it feels about marijuana, that you do not encourage its use and that you will not enable their products to be sold. And I would like to reemphasize that intoxicating cannabis products are being sold at a whole lot of other places besides the 5 pot shops who regularly sell them and advertise them. And if we could do something about the smoke shops and gas stations, as it turns out, who are selling these intoxicating cannabinoid products, it would go a long way in improving the safety out here in our backcountry roads. And I'd also like to thank you for 7. That must have been a great deal of work to come to an arrangement regarding the epicenter that has stood empty for so many years in Mira Mesa. Our young people need areas of respite, and I've appreciated the previous call.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
This is Truth, and I'm the epitome of punk rock. Item 1, Nora's heavy sigh about this item last meeting represents my feelings every time the Traffic Advisory Committee reduces speed limits. Item 3, in this item's 3rd paragraph, the word addition is supposed to be additional. Item 5, it's very strange that it's always during Wednesday meetings that Vector Control sprays their harmful larvicides all over the county. This item is now claiming that the larvicides used primarily consist of naturally occurring bacteria, but the omission, the other non-natural chemicals. Example, Vector Max's safety data sheet says 92.8% of their larvicide is other ingredients, and it's a trade secret. It also says harmful if absorbed through the skin or inhaled. Naturally says, warning, harmful if inhaled. Ingredients, 68% quartz, aluminum oxide, calcium oxide, titanium oxide. Calcium oxide is classified as skin corrosion irritation category 1C. Titanium oxide is classified as carcinogenicity category 2. Spinosad effects on reproduction have been seen. This product is considered a hazardous chemical as defined by OSHA. No to these $11 million hazardous chemicals. Item 6, now that Nora's gone, do we still have to keep up the charade of an emergency proclamation that neither Newscom nor the lobotomy-in-chief care about? Especially because there was an opportunity to use the new Otay Mesa East Port of Entry as financial sanctions against Mexico until they fixed their broken treatment plant, and the toll idiot reps decided to forfeit the only real solution. Item 7. The city of San Diego allowed the epicenter to turn into a homeless encampment when it used to be a great place. If that city's reps weren't such failures, the county wouldn't have to restore the center for over $11 million plus $518,000 in annual operations. But I'm glad it's finally going somewhere. However, I don't want to see Tara be given any credit to be used for a dirty political campaign. This is only happening because the people of Mira Mesa have pushed for it for years. Tara was never around. And for the record, I was blocked from signing up to speak on the county website for both computer and phone. That gives credit to Tara's campaign, please.
Thank you. Your time is up. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on items on the consent calendar.
Thank you very much. Before we turn to my fellow board members for their comments, there were some questions raised by some members of the public in their comments, particularly regarding the epicenter. So turning to county staff, if you have an opportunity to answer any of those questions.
Yes, Parks and Rec staff can answer the questions that were raised in regards to the epicenter.
My name is Kasia Trojanowska. I'm a Deputy Director for Parks and Rec. And I would like to address some of the questions about the Mira Mesa Epicenter. So first and foremost, the permitted use under the lease is the public community center with focus on youth services, and that's what we're going to be performing under the construction's complete, with the opportunities for engaging the whole community of Mira Mesa and providing some multi-generational programs. Regarding zoning, during the meeting, the council meeting on July 2nd, the city planning department committed to cleaning up the records for Mira Mesa parcel, which is designated as open space. Regarding the CDBG grant, the recent council action finalized the repayment of the funds connected with Epicenter, so they're no longer part of the Epicenter, and there's no restriction on this facility. Also, regarding the environmental safety, I would like to just let everybody know that we are currently undergoing the phase 1 environmental assessment for this facility, and if there's any finding that require further evaluation, the phase 2 environmental assessment will be conducted, and that will be done before the execution of the lease. Also, there was concern about success of the programming for Epicenter. So we are in DPR confident that the Epicenter programming cannot fail. We're bringing to the community of Mira Mesa a program that is award-winning for safety destination nights for youth. And we will be constantly evaluating the success of the programs and calibrating them to meet the needs of the community. And that kind of talks also to the benchmarking that we're proposing for this project. We are proposing, as on different facilities and different programs that we have in the county, to create a community collaborative that will work with the county to meet on a quarterly basis and provide us feedback on the programming that it's proposed. And they will be a voice helping us to make sure that we're relevant and the programs are provided to the expectation of the community. And that concludes my response, if there's any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I was just going to ask if any of those questions could be addressed, so thank you for answering those questions. And also, I'm just happy to be a part at the tail end of supporting this project, and it's good to see all the Mira Mesa neighbors. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more further comments from any of my colleagues, we have a motion by Supervisor Desmond, second by Supervisor Anderson. Please vote.
And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you. We're going to now move into discussion items. As a reminder for the public, agenda item 8 was pulled for discussion, and it will be heard first. And the docket items we heard in the following order: 8, then 9, then FL4, as well as FP1, which will be taken together. And then we will hear items 10 and items 11. So 8, 9, FL4, FP10, and then 10 and 11. Before we move on to our discussion items, I think it would be helpful to just clarify for the public what constitutes being relevant to an agenda item. I stated that at the beginning of the meeting, but just to make sure it's clear to everyone. Being relevant to an agenda item means that you're speaking in favor of or in opposition to the item, specifically to the recommendations. So there's a lot you can say, but it's not infinite. You have to be speaking to the item that is in front of us that we are now considering and need to vote on. So I'd just like to turn it to council if you'd like to add anything further to clarify what constitutes speaking in a way that's relevant to the item in front of us.
Yes, Vice Chair, I think you did a good job covering it. Being on topic simply means addressing the agenda item that's before the board for direction or action today. There is a section of the agenda that does include non-agenda public comment, and that is the bucket for the public's general comment about issues. We've already passed that part of the agenda, and now we're sticking to the agenda items that are on the discussion calendar.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so item 8, which we're now moving on towards, establishing development standards for siting battery energy storage system projects in the unincorporated county. Supervisor Desmond, you wanted to present this item?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair. Appreciate it. And I just want to take a moment to explain where I'm coming from on this battery storage item, item number 8. These battery storage projects, they're called BESS, B-E-S-S, Battery Energy Storage System. They're relatively new technology to land use also, and we need to consider them, I think, a little more thoroughly. I understand completely the need for these units, but we don't currently have specific standards in place for designing or siting these battery energy storage projects. Because of this, county staff has been doing their best to use the nearest comparable land use definitions in our zoning ordinance when reviewing new project applications. This process gets us close to capturing the scope and scale of the battery storage projects, but it doesn't necessarily account for their unique operating characteristics or public safety hazards. This is particularly concerning when the projects are being proposed in existing or near residential neighborhoods. So I think it's time to pump the brakes a little bit here and work to establish specific definitions for development and safety standards. And the intent of this standards is to ensure that these battery storage projects are designed and located in the safest way possible. To date, there's been 3 battery storage projects approved in the unincorporated areas in San Diego County. 2 of those projects have caught fire. Terragen in Valley Center caught fire once. The Gateway in Otay Mesa has caught fire several times. So 2 out of 3 is not a good way to go here. This product, unfortunately, I think still needs some work. So my ask is pretty straightforward. Avoid locating these battery storage items in or sites in residential neighborhoods. Avoid locating them near sensitive places like schools, daycare centers, hospitals. Incentivize locating them in commercial or industrial areas. Develop safety standards for fire, thermal runaway, and emergency response to toxic gases. And to pause any new applications until these standards are in place. I'm kind of the last person that wants to put more regulations, but when your project and your product that you're putting forward is catching fire and giving off toxic smoke, something's got to be done. So, I'm not against the battery storage projects, but we've got to have our own processes in place and standards to ensure their safety and to make sure these things don't catch fire. And right now, I don't think we're there yet, and we need to do that. So that's the reason I'm bringing this item forward. 2 out of 3 of these catching fire is not a good track record. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please call the speakers. How many speakers do we have on this?
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson. Remember, we have 29 total requests to speak.
Okay, so the time will be 1 minute as we have 10 or more speakers. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 15 individuals in person and 14 requesting to speak by phone. I'd like to also note for the record, we did receive 69 e-comments on this item. 48 were in favor, 15 were in opposition, and 2 were neutral. For any individuals that requested to speak on this item by phone, please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We will begin with the in-person speakers. Those in favor of this item, as your name is called, please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak. I'll be calling in individuals in groups of 3. I would like to invite forward the following individuals. I believe it's Jen LeBron, Corey, I believe it's DiPietro, and Kendra Carrera. Be the first 3 individuals. You'll have 1 minute to address the board, and if you could again, please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
Good morning, honorable supervisors, or I'll wait until everybody's here, or should I just get going? Thank you.
You may.
Good morning. I'm Jen LeBron with San Diego Community Power. San Diego Community Power is proud to provide clean, renewable, reliable power to nearly 1 million residents and businesses throughout our service territory in San Diego County. This board's commitment to create a better future for San Diegans through the adoption of renewable power and sustainability has been commendable. Community Power is marching toward our goal to procure 100% renewable power by 2035 or sooner, with 15% of that coming from San Diego. We're supportive of the creation of development standards and siting guidelines that would help clarify the where and how of battery development while making safety a priority. Critically, though, we want to ensure the creation of these development guidelines don't have unintended consequences. A blanket moratorium on battery storage could have a chilling effect on the potential projects that are necessary to reduce the costs of power procurement, which would have a significant impact on families and businesses in the region. The moratorium could also hurt the ability—
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Can I speak before the minute starts or no? All right. Hi. Thank you for the board for taking this, these comments. My name is Corey DiPietro. I live right in Eden Valley, where Segura project is at. I wanted to just come here as collectively as a representative of the community. I've been dealing with this for 10 months, voluntary time, and I've been knee-deep in this with many members of the community. There's 3,000 people that have signed petition against this particular project. Of course, there's 12 others within the county, I understand. So I applaud Mr. Desmond, and I think this is first of all, I'm going to also say this, I think this is a non-party issue. I've talked to people from both sides of the aisle, and this is a humanitarian issue. We're talking about residents, we're talking about people living close to these facilities, and we're talking about taking a pause. It's going to be a lot of pressure from people back here that are paid to be here. I'm not paid to be here, and I understand that, but please have a heart and think about it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, Kendra Correa. A BESS facility placed in a residential area would be catastrophic for the entire community for a multitude of reasons. One being the ability to acquire homeowners insurance and keeping it. As you know, this is a real struggle for most Californians. Now add on the factor of living near a BESS. No insurance company is going to ignore the fact that you live in close proximity to a facility storing toxic, incendiary devices known for fires. Some homes at ground zero are as close as the length of this chamber. An entire community would not be able to sell their homes, would likely have their mortgage called, and we'd be burdened with any remediation costs with the lack of insurance. In turn, litigation with a multi-billion-dollar company is a financial and life-altering process. Schools, businesses would also be affected by the BESS effect. After an extensive fire, the first evacuation closer, parents will scramble to transfer their children from any school in proximity to a BESS. I agree with number 8 agenda item. Please adopt this. We need this in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll call the next 3 speakers. Andrew Misparian, Michelle, I believe it's Olay, I'm sorry if I mispronounced that, and Jim Whalen.
I'm going to throw out half of my prepared message. My name is Andrew McSparron. I live in the county area of Escondido. I share a property line with the proposed Seguro battery energy storage system. I'm here today to urge the Board of Supervisors to adopt safety and siting regulations for all of these extremely dangerous facilities. This type of facility must not be placed in the middle of or near residential areas, schools, daycare facilities, senior centers, hospitals, or other medical facilities. They must not be placed where there's no possibility of emergency evacuation. They must not be placed where shelter in place is the only option because shelter in place is a death sentence from toxic fumes. Energy companies want us to install these facilities, will tell us that they are completely safe and use the latest, safest, newest battery technology and fail-safe system. This only means the systems are untested or inadequately tested. My family and neighbors shouldn't be guinea pigs for them.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Michelle. I live in Eden Valley, right across from the Saguaro proposed plant. And I'm here in support of Mr. Desmond's motion to create safety and further where these plants go. Every afternoon when I'm outside, the wind blows right toward me, the Santa Anas, right with the hospital behind me. And I just encourage there to be a set standard for the safety. I mean, what is my life worth to you? What is the lives of our family worth to you? What if it was your family? What if it was your children living there? I mean, you would want these things set up in place so that they could breathe clean air. Thank you.
Good morning, staff, members of the Board of Supervisors. I got to go fast, so I'm going to read it. I have 4 recommendations to get to the finish line here. And 1, direct staff to assemble a peer group of stakeholders, including SDG&E, to do an ordinance. 2, in parallel with the regulatory effort, align revisions with the fire code with the ensuing zoning ordinance changes. 3, almost all the land suitable for batteries at scale is zoned residential. All of the critical microgrids in the backcountry are residential. So zoning isn't the answer, but buffers are. Finally, a moratorium can be a good thing to buy time, but it has to be short. Staff could need maybe 2 years to do the new ordinance, which would be a disaster for the county meeting its decarbonization goals. I recommend you don't do one, but if you have to, exempt projects that have containerized, non-flammable batteries, or those providing a technical study with suppression systems and compliance with Chapter 2 of the Fire Code. Happy to answer any questions.
Sir, would you mind stating your name for the record?
Sorry, I had to go so fast. Jim Whalen.
Thank you, sir.
Jim Whalen Associates.
I will call the next 3 speakers in support: Dalen Young, Cesar Javier, and I believe it's Lauren Cazares.
All right. Good morning, Honorable Vice Chair Lawson Reamer and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Dalen Young, Public Affairs Manager with SDG&E. We would like to thank Supervisor Desmond for bringing this item forward. As our state and region move away from fossil fuels, battery energy storage systems will be essential for providing clean, reliable energy, especially during peak demand hours. As an owner and operator of over 15 battery energy storage systems with another 6 in construction, SDG&E has extensive experience with these facilities and follows all California Public Utilities Commission requirements and leading industry standards. We hope that you will look to SDG&E as a resource and a partner as you move forward. We would like to note our concern for recommendation number 3 regarding a potential moratorium for the sake of grid resilience and reliability. As you might recall, there was a heat wave in August of 2020 that forced the California Independent Systems Operator to institute rolling electricity outages, impacting nearly 800 homes. That was prevented in 21 and 22 with batteries. Thank you.
We'll hear from the next speaker. Thank you.
Good morning, Vice Chair and Board of Supervisors and staff. My name is Lauren Casares, and I'm here speaking on behalf of the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce, whose mission is to make the San Diego region the best place to live and work. We ask that the county not move forward with a moratorium on battery energy storage projects. We represent over 2,200 members and 300,000 employees and firmly believe these battery storage centers are critical in meeting the county's own goals outlined in the Climate Action Plan. These battery storage projects are evolving rapidly, and existing planned projects are newer, safer technology than the existing storage infrastructure projects that have caught fire. As we move towards the clean energy transition, the need for battery storage is more important than ever. The need is more important than ever and will help to provide clean, reliable electricity during on-peak hours that will power homes and businesses throughout the night and prevent blackouts. Safety regulations should be considered, but we ask you not move forward with recommendation 3. Thank you.
Cesar Javier, Boy Scout, builder, teacher. I support this program. We need honest and wise regulatory standard. Why? Because citing battery energy storage is vital for our development. I say regulatory because it must protect, defend our clean air, the very mission of Air Pollution Control District, air quality for all. It doesn't mean just for the wealthy, but for all the wealthy and the poor humans. I would like also to emphasize.
Thank you. Your time's up. I will now call the speakers that are in opposition. I will call the first 3: Serena Pelka, Karine, I believe it's Lyle Bonnie, Mark.
Good morning. My name is Serena Pelka, Policy Advocate at Climate Action Campaign. Battery storage is a critical piece of the zero pollution future that our communities need and deserve in order to live healthy, resilient lives. Equitable access to battery storage is increasingly important as it strengthens grid reliability in general and during blackout and brownouts. In fact, state officials credit renewable power and particularly battery storage for keeping the lights on in California these past 3 weeks of historic heat waves. The only way to keep our grid stable is to continue adding storage at the same pace. We also need to keep energy local to strengthen the county's energy resilience, and we cannot do that without battery storage. Pausing permitting risks projects moving to other regions in the state and San Diego losing out on local job creation, economic benefits, and clean energy investments. Most importantly, local power helps build our local reliability. Please proceed with establishing standards without stopping permitting. Battery storage systems are a literal lifesaver, ensuring everyone has access to renewable power, a basic human essential need. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Corinne Lytle-Bonine, and I'm the Director of Permitting at AES. I have lived and worked in San Diego for my entire career and was honored to serve on the Technical Advisory Committee for the county's Comprehensive Renewable Energy Plan. AES supports the county's efforts to develop a clear set of development standards for BESS, but we strongly recommend that the board delete the list of proposed minimum standards included in the board letter and reconsider a moratorium on new BESS applications in the interim. In particular, the board letter's minimum standards eliminates important opportunities that BESS technology can bring to the county's residences and institutions like schools and healthcare facilities. County staff should be free to fully evaluate and accept or reject potential development standards without the board preemptively establishing minimum standards through action today. A moratorium ignores the advancements in BESS safety and technology, which was clearly demonstrated in the board's letter comparing the Valley Center and Gateway incidents. Further, a moratorium exacerbates the current inequities of our energy infrastructure, where impacts from existing natural gas facilities and utility-scale energy are already being borne by our history.
Thank you, ma'am. Mark, thank you.
So blowing up other areas with toxic winds is a good idea. I don't think so. And Inga, you left out in your explanation that 54954.3C of the Brown Act states that I have a right to critique not only the policies, which I will be doing now, but also the emissions. So I'll be giving my reasons for why I think this is wrong and a bad idea. First of all, John Coleman, who is founder of the Weather Channel, stated clearly in an interview on YouTube, I think it's under John Coleman, KUSI, Global Warming, that it's a scam. I have so little time here, I'll go through quickly. Rosa Corey, expert court witness, stated it's a scam. See that from 3 minutes and 30 seconds, that YouTube video. Sandag is controlling your movement. Nora is the chair here. She's also chair at Sandag, interestingly enough. And these are some things they're doing at the Sandag meeting. In that meeting, it's on YouTube. Here, they're trying to control your movement at that time. Some other things.
Thank you. Your time is up. I'll call the next 3 speakers. Allegedly Audra, Michael Brando, and Hermes. These are the 3 final speakers in person. You may come forward in any order.
How you guys doing? Hermes here. I had a wonderful conversation. I'm sick, and so this is going to go a little bit differently. Number one, I know that I've said many things that probably offended many of you guys, and I did really want to apologize. I've been trying to get you guys' attention for years now. It is documented. It was documented the first time I came in here to go ahead and try to get something looked at. I was escorted by the sheriff off of the property. I didn't necessarily like that, so I do apologize. Let me get back to this. Did you know that we could go ahead and mine lithium through water? Yet we want to go ahead and tear down mountains. All this whole thing about this energy storage and the batteries and all that is BS. There's much better ways to go about it, and they burn up in the heat. We are a desert. These places are going to go up in flames. Good luck.
My person uses the name Audrey. Yeah, all of this propaganda about saving the planet with these lithium batteries, I mean, they're totally toxic, especially when you're mining for them. But it's like, oh, if we're not mining for it here, it's like we don't really care. And they're never going to be saving anything in the planet. And the fact that you are even just talking about, you shouldn't even have them anywhere if they're going to be exploding and have all these toxic fumes. And you care more about pretending to save the planet than people's lives. So there should be a moratorium. We shouldn't be putting these anywhere near, because it doesn't matter if you have it near homes or elsewhere, they're still going to combust. And it's like, I mean, the firefighters aren't even doing anything because you can't put them out. So why are we even talking about like figuring out, they're not ever going to be changed in a way that it's not going to be combustible. So you should be ending it.
Thank you. Your time is up. And final call for Michael Brando in person. Not seeing Michael in the chambers, we'll go ahead and move to those that have requested to speak by phone. Again, when it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted. Then you'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd like to remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking, and we'll go ahead and begin with our first caller.
All aboard. With the development of battery energy storage in so many cities in this county, threatening many properties, hospitals, and schools, we need a developed set of standards before building these. One only has to look to the best facility in Otay Mesa that caught fire and took over a week to extinguish. Meanwhile, using fire personnel who could be elsewhere on extinguishing and watching this. And do not forget the toxic fumes and evacuation. And there was another recent best fire in Valley Center, again resulting in road closures and evacuations. The list in recommendation 2 is a great start. In fact, I would suggest formally adopting A and B right now and holding a hearing as soon as possible to establish and implement the rest. Great.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Kara Martinson, and I'm speaking today on behalf of the California Energy Storage Alliance, or CESA. CESA is a trade group that represents the energy storage industry. Battery storage is a critical resource to help California meet its decarbonization goals and critical to the safety and the reliability of the grid. It's also subject to a significant amount of regulations, standards, and codes. We do understand the desire to develop specific land use regulations in the county relative to storage, but we do encourage the county to look to other cities and jurisdictions and counties that have gone through this process and take advantage of the existing resources, best practices, and model ordinances that have already been developed. As others have stated, we do have concerns about a moratorium, and that we ask that you do not move forward with this moratorium, and again encourage the county to utilize the significant amount of existing resources out there to help guide your planning efforts. And CESA would like to and happy to.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Yes, thank you, Board of Supervisors and staff, for your leadership on regulation of battery storage facilities. I'm JP Saberge, and I'm commenting as a member of the Elfin Forest Harmony Grove Town Council. I'm also the director of Grow the San Diego Way, a 501c3 that provides independent data on land use, energy, and environment. As our state makes this clean energy transition, energy storage will play an important role. Though lithium-ion batteries have been around for decades, large-scale facilities are relatively new and regulations have not kept up with it. Battery storage fires happen often enough that industry tracks them. 87 fires in the past 13 years, majority of which have occurred in the last 3 years, about one per month since 2021. The county has an ordinance that addresses chinchillas and how many you're allowed to have on your property, but nothing to regulate these potentially dangerous lithium-ion facilities. Given their proclivity to catch fire, we respectfully support item number 8 and strongly urge you to approve a moratorium on residential placement of large-scale facilities while we figure this out. Projects in industrial areas might be okay if they don't reach nearby communities.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Christina Marquez. If you could, you may be muted.
Hello, Christina Marquez.
Thank you.
Sorry. Christina Marquez speaking on behalf of 3,700 union electricians and power professionals of IBEW 569. I'm here to urge you to oppose this item unless amended. We are thrilled the Board of Supervisors is considering developing standards for best projects in the unincorporated areas, but it's important to engage experts and stakeholders before proposing any minimum standards. The standards in the agenda items should be therefore taken only as suggestions. Also, we oppose any moratorium on best projects. Such an extreme action would have any negative impacts on the county's climate action goals, workers, businesses, and even local utilities. For these reasons, we urge the board to move forward with the item if, number 1, the county engages stakeholders before setting any minimum standards, and number 2, the county eliminates the proposed moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
Consuelo. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed with your comments.
Thank you. So the facilities are evolving rapidly in rural areas. Why? Well, because they're trying to drive everyone into, the facilities are evolving rapidly in rural areas. Why? Because they're trying to drive everyone into the city. That's what's going on. Several storage sites have already caught on fire, fires that burn for sometimes weeks at a time. Harmful fumes, they could care less. They don't care about the planet, your family, your health, or your time. They give you 60 seconds to address your worries. please, to the people in the audience, get involved, pay attention. These people are anything but honorable. And it's really sad that a lot of you are there to beg instead of demand. Remember who they work for. They work for the people, and they have to listen to the people, not their shareholders.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Hey, good morning, Supervisors. My name is Mark Sigmund. I'm a retired Navy veteran in Fallbrook, right next to one of these best facilities. I'm just here to tell you that we got it wrong. How many times do you have to put something in place, and the people that you have sworn to protect and serve are now in danger? You have not monitored this facility, and response times matter. I was trained on how to combat fires for 20 years while I was in the Navy. I can tell you that the system we have here in Fallbrook is absolutely 100% unsatisfactory. If you continue to put these places into our county without due diligence and these standards that are going to be implemented, so I am for this, you are going to be breaching the oath that you took when you swore to protect us. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Michael Wynn, Senior Stakeholder Relations Manager at AES. I'm following up on the comments from my AES colleagues. Safety is a top priority for AES, and we're deeply committed to constructing and operating the safest battery storage projects in San Diego County. AES supports standards for battery storage projects, but they need to be consistent with a robust set of already established safety codes and standards for battery storage projects, including those set by the National Fire Protection Association, or NFPA. Therefore, we urge the board to eliminate the proposed list of minimum standards. AES would like to offer its assistance for any stakeholder advisory group the county may convene to develop standards. Our team has worked on developing numerous battery storage projects in jurisdictions nationwide, and also participates in various industry technical groups responsible for creating and updating safety standards such as NFPA 855. Data also shows that there are more than 3 battery storage facilities within an unincorporated county. Again, we urge the board to remove the list of minimum standards in the proposed recommendation.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Jason Anderson with Cleantech San Diego, a regional business association that represents an industry which employs over 42,000 people and has close to a $10 billion economic impact on our regional economy. We generally support the county developing standards for best projects, which we hope will create certainty in the process for permitting these types of projects, and offer to serve as the industry partner and work closely with the county on the development of these standards, something we recently did with the city of San Diego. I'd like to request also that the process of developing new standards not impact projects currently under review by the county, and ask that you reconsider the moratorium on the consideration of best projects until standards are developed. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
My name is Phyllis Lederman, and I live on Surrey Lane, which is in Eden Valley. I'm calling in to support establishing development standards for citing best projects and creating a moratorium until their standards can be created. I'd like to commend Jim Desmond, his county staff, and rest of the Board of Supervisors for considering taking this action. The current lack of best citing standards is being exploited by AES Corporation, who has proposed building the Seguro Best facility in the Eden Valley neighborhood, and I would share a property line with this facility. It would be surrounded on all 4 sides by houses and be located near daycare centers and Palomar Hospital. Not only would the residents be subjected to constant fear about the risk of toxic fumes from a chemical reaction in the batteries, but we would have to live our daily lives looking at 12-foot concrete walls and be subjected to constant noise and light pollution. The unions lobbying to build these facilities may have jobs for 1 year during the construction of the facility, but we would have to live with the facility for the rest of our lives. They would still have these jobs if the facilities are built in industrial zones, but the difference is our lives would be in danger.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Kaylee Chrisman, and I'm a Senior Development Manager at AES, following up on the comments from my colleagues at AES. AES fully supports the county's initiative to establish clear development standards for BESS facilities. However, we strongly oppose the proposed moratorium on accepting new BESS applications. A moratorium is fundamentally inconsistent with the county's legally binding climate action plan, which mandates the development of policies and programs to enhance renewable energy storage in unincorporated areas. Achieving the county's ambitious goals of 90% renewable energy by 2030 imposes a swift and substantial expansion of battery energy storage. Presently, we possess only a fraction of the storage capacity required to meet the critical objective. Implementing a moratorium would directly counteract the objectives of the Climate Action Plan, severely undermining the county's ability to achieve its climate and decarbonization goals. We strongly urge you to reconsider and remove the moratorium from your directive to staff today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
Eric Bruvold, San Diego North Economic Development Council. Members of the Board of Supervisors, we've had an opportunity to study the economic impacts of these projects. They do create several hundred jobs of well-paid, well-skilled construction and electrician labor. Secondly, as a resident of the unincorporated area, I would caution against stipulating restrictions on the staff's efforts. I'm hard-pressed to think of any industrial areas zoned in the county west of the CWA service line, which are not immediately adjacent to residential communities. So as stipulated, the board's letter actually begins to move toward an outright ban rather than the moratorium and balanced public policy. Leave your staff with some freedom to craft an ordinance that you'll be proud of.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker. That speaker dropped off. We'll go to our next speaker.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Ashley Robertson Bedard, a business owner and resident residing near the proposed Seguro BESS project. There have been more than 33 BESS thermal runaway events since 2022, to include 2 at the Terragen facility in Valley Center, the Gateway BESS fire in Otay, and the most recent at the Aerosol facility in South Korea that killed 22 people and injured 8. These systems pose consequential risks to our county, and the ramifications will be exacerbated if BESS are placed in residential zones. There is a significant gap in our understanding of how to effectively prevent and mitigate the impact of these risks. It is crucial that the Board of Supervisors implement a residential moratorium to allow the county time to thoroughly research and establish BESS guidelines, requirements, safety measures, and decommissioning plans to include thorough environmental, social, and governance analysis, mandating ample distance between BESS and residential neighborhoods, and requiring a major use permit for this project.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
AES troops no to any radiation-emitting battery storage sites anywhere. These dangerous lithium batteries are prone to constant fires that emit toxic fumes, including deadly hydrogen cyanide. The site in Otay took 3 weeks to put out the fire, and who knows how many gallons of precious water was wasted that then became hazardous waste. No to sacrificing people's lives to make big corporations like SDG, AES, or Terragen rich. No to putting firefighters' lives at risk of cancer or death. No to ruining the environment and the climate with lithium battery fires. Yes to standards that say no to the green scam fire hazard sites in the unincorporated areas. Yes to a blanket permanent moratorium and ban on something that could kill people. If not, that says that there are people who want others to be burned out of their homes in the backcountry. They want fires and high fire hazard severity zones. And for the record, Tara, people can address the entire item, not just the recommendations. If someone wants, they can point out the usual typos in the board letters or talk about the sustainability statements. Shame on those who want to profit off death in this item.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Kathleen Lippett, and we have watched as leaders of the marijuana industry have led on on ordinances to which residents did not have the ability to opine. I think it is problematic to rely on a representative, the same representative that led the public and the board to endorse marijuana commercial businesses down the same road. A moratorium on lithium battery facilities is most common sense step the board should take. The level of ignorance about foreign-owned solar projects and the risks of lithium-ion batteries in San Diego are huge. These storage facilities will become scars on our unincorporated land for decades to come. These batteries are not recyclable, and the technology is evolving so quickly. There's no.
Thank you. Your time is up. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you so much. I just have a couple comments and then a couple questions for staff. So first of all, I want to thank my colleague for bringing this forward. There is no question in my mind that we really have to do something about some of these battery facilities that have caught fire, that have spewed toxic fumes, some that are being proposed in residential neighborhoods. They present a threat to many people in our community, to our environment. Frankly, with the Otay fire and the Valley Center fire, I think that these development standards are long overdue, and I wish we had them in place years ago so that those facilities had not been permitted in the first place. So appreciate you bringing this forward. I just had a couple questions because there were also some speakers who I thought raised some important concerns and questions regarding how we would be able to move forward with meeting our region's energy needs over the next couple of years if there was a moratorium. I know as our county's representative on San Diego Community Power that having sufficient battery storage facilities in our region is a really important part of our planning at San Diego Community Power to be able to cost efficiently meet our region's energy needs. So there's obviously a need to continue moving forward with battery storage facilities, and there's a dire need to make sure that these are safe for the community, that they're not put next to homes, that they don't catch fire, and that they meet basic minimum standards, if not better than basic minimum standards, which we don't have in the county. So that's where I'm at, but I just had some questions for county staff to kind of better understand. So my first question has to do with projects that are already in the pipeline. I know there was mention of a Seguro project, and I think there might be some others, but the Seguro project came up. If we did adopt a moratorium today, would that impact the Seguro project or anything else that's already in the pipeline, or would anything that's proposed continue to move forward?
Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, the proposed ordinance or moratorium would not apply to any in-process applications at this point, including the Seguro battery project. It would only apply to any new applications that would be coming in after those were put in place. Okay, so just to be clear, the moratorium or anything proposed today would not apply to Seguro or anything else that's currently in the pipeline? That's correct. Okay, I think there might have been a little confusion because there were some folks here talking about and I was as well. So that's helpful. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, so my second question then, it would help me understand. So we already have all these projects in the pipeline. We don't have any development standards that are particular for these projects. So how does that work? Do they come to us to decide? If you could just walk us through process-wise, since we don't have development standards, what does govern these projects, and ultimately, who is the decider? For example, the Seguro project or anything else that's in the pipeline. Would you guys just sign off on it, or does it come to us for a vote, and what are the standards that govern that? Vice Chair, that is a great question, and it varies. Depending on the zone that the property has and the type of permit that's required, there are different levels of approval. In every case, the environmental document can be appealed to the Board of Supervisors for a determination, but a number of the permits do stop at the Planning Commission and wouldn't ultimately progress to the Board of Supervisors, but some of them would, like the Seguro battery project that was mentioned, that could be appealed to the Board of Supervisors at the end of the day. So in other words, for all the projects currently in the pipeline, you all, staff, would make some kind of initial determination, but if anybody disagreed, it would be appealed
to either the Planning Commission or to the Board of Supervisors?
That's correct, Vice Chair. The only nuance is that in some cases, it's only the environmental determination that can be appealed to the board. So the board would just be looking at that environmental determination to determine whether it's appropriate or whether some additional analysis is needed, but the permit itself would stop at the Planning Commission. Most of those applications are in commercial and industrial zones, so those are not on residential properties. For the most part, residential properties could be, those permits could be appealed to the board, similar to the Seguro battery project.
So currently, if we did not have a moratorium, which we don't currently, projects would, in commercial and industrial zones, could be appealed to the Planning Commission, and they would have the final say, and projects in residential areas would be appealed to the board and brought to the board, and we would have the final determination. Okay.
That's correct.
And then, sorry, just so many questions that weren't clear to me from the board letter. I apologize. What if any standards currently govern, given that we don't have specific development standards? So how, as staff, are you assessing? Are there standards that we're applying from other localities or jurisdictions? How are you assessing these projects since we don't have appropriate development standards?
Exactly, like you just explained, Vice Chair, we don't have anything adopted in county code or ordinance. So we basically look at best practices. We look at what other jurisdictions have implemented. We look at state codes that address certain things in terms of the fire aspects. We work closely with the affected fire agencies, but most of it is through best practices, looking at what other jurisdictions are doing throughout the state to implement certain measures.
Can you give me an example of a best practices jurisdiction that you would look at?
I can't recall any specific standards, but we do look at jurisdictions. So far, I don't think any have adopted battery energy ordinances, but they have approved battery projects. So we look at things that were implemented on those individual projects and see if they would apply in our situation as well.
And the two projects that caught fire, how did those get approved?
Both of those were in, all three of those, Vice Chair, were in industrial zones. So those permits, some of them were approved by the Planning Commission and also were appealed to the Planning Commission, and they ultimately made the decisions to approve those particular facilities.
So Jim, I want to just acknowledge, I think I'm trying to find a way to kind of really tackle head on that we actually have to move forward really expeditiously with this kind of development standards, but I am concerned about a blanket moratorium. My understanding from staff is that it could take 2 years or more to develop these standards, and we would be really in a big problem with meeting our local energy needs if we couldn't build any battery storage sites at all. I have a question for you. Is there a way to clarify that until such development standards are adopted, that any battery projects have to come to the board for approval, so that we would at least have a check on those projects, that they couldn't just move forward?
That would depend on the way that the zoning ordinance is currently written. My understanding is that battery energy storage projects already are set to receive certain categories of projects pursuant to the zoning ordinance. So without an amendment to the zoning ordinance, we couldn't change that process to require a board approval.
Okay. Thank you. I think what I would love, Jim, what I'd love to figure out how we could do is, I'm concerned about number 3, just because of the potential of a blanket moratorium. But if instead of coming back with an ordinance pausing any, the moratorium coming back at the next meeting, if the CAO could come back with some options for us, I think particular about, could we potentially bring all these projects to the board for review, or some mechanism that would provide a real check on these projects, but would not be a blanket moratorium, so we could have a grounded conversation about what are the options, so that we don't have a blanket moratorium, that we are moving forward with developing these development standards, but we do have some checks on these projects. So I don't know exactly how to phrase that amendment, but I'm trying to have a conversation here about, is there a path forward to meet these multiple needs? So as the
I
maker.
have a couple of questions myself, so I appreciate your questions. It took away a couple of mine, which is fine. I agree with, if we move forward, there would be advisory committee with stakeholders and input from other communities and lessons learned from other areas and how they may have dealt with this. Is there any way staff could come back in 6 months? I know you're saying 2 years, but any way you can come back with something in 6 months that might have some sort of teeth in it that would ensure safety requirements for these facilities? Because I really, and the moratorium actually, the first is a 45-day moratorium with the potential of 2 additional 1-year extensions. So there could be, we could go for the first 45 and then come back in 45 days and look at the other extensions. And my fear of taking away any sort of moratorium is, I don't want to use this phrase, but to light a fire under the industry to make these things safe. I mean, what the hell? Would you buy a car where 2 out of 3 cars catch fire? You wouldn't do that. So I really think we have to, and I get that we need them, for the climate action plan, for everything else, and that they're a part of the new grid. But if they're going to catch fire, it's, we can't do that either. So I appreciate the fact of trying to look at if there's something that could come back sooner, maybe not the full-blown, 2-year process, but maybe something in 6 months that might at least address some of the safety concerns. And quite frankly, I don't really know that, to me, the onus is more on the industry making something safe as opposed to us and our standards. I don't think the product is safe yet. Quite frankly, just the fact that it catches fire and it's a really hot fire and they're tough to put out. So I think that's more of an industry, and without a moratorium, then I think we take away an incentive to get that fixed.
I appreciate this. It's a great conversation. I think what I would posit that if we're trying to create incentives, maybe we can ask staff to come back in 45 at our next meeting with some options, right? So an option for a moratorium, an option for whether we could have board review of all the projects. So I think what I'm concerned about is a moratorium would not necessarily create those incentives, because it would just be a ban. And ultimately, there's going to be more incentive if people know that abiding by some standards is going to get their project approved, rather than knowing there's no path to their project being approved. So I don't feel like I think it's very difficult on the dais to figure out what that would look like, but I would appreciate space to have a report back in very soon, hopefully the next meeting, where we could look at the different options, the stopgap options, I would say. Like, what can we do in the interim, knowing that it could take 2 years? So could we have something that comes back in 6 months? Could we have an option for looking at a moratorium that's 45 days? Could we have an option for the board reviewing all battery storage projects, and have a conversation at the next meeting that comes back that looks at what are the stopgaps that we could put in place for 2 years while these standards are developed?
Could we at least put in a moratorium for the 45 days or until the next meeting? I want some teeth.
Can I ask a question for you? My understanding of what you're saying is the CIL shall also at the next possible meeting prepare and bring back an ordinance temporarily pausing any new BS projects from being accepted. So we wouldn't be putting in the moratorium today, right? We'd be putting in the moratorium at the next meeting, because the ordinance would have to come back at the next meeting. Is that?
Yes, that is correct. Action item 3 today is not to actually implement or adopt a moratorium. It's to direct staff to bring one back within 45 days.
So I think what I would say is adding on to bring back a moratorium as an option in 45 days, and including in that next meeting when you come back some other options, like for the stopgap measure.
I guess. I mean, for me, this is more kind of bureaucratic. The industry has to make it safe. That's the main point I'm trying to make here. We can come up with all sorts of rules and standards, but if this product is not safe, it doesn't really matter. And I think that's what really has to be addressed is how, these things have to have their own fire suppression systems, or maybe they already do, but it's in Otay, I don't know how many times that thing relit. And that we just don't want that to happen. And I get we need them, but, and I'm okay coming back next time with this item, but I do think we got to have some teeth to get the industry to make this stuff safe, because it's not right now. And it's we shouldn't be putting these, even if it's not even if it's in residential, the smoke is toxic and get blown all over the place. So that's a concern as well.
So would you be open to amendment to your last sentence, which says the CAO shall also at the next possible meeting prepare and bring back an ordinance temporarily pausing any new BS projects? Would you be open to an amendment that says the CAO shall also at the next possible meeting prepare and bring back options to incentivize the industry to be safer, including but not limited to the moratorium, mandatory board review of all battery storage projects, and something faster, like in 6 months?
Well, I think that's a better compromise, but I do think we have to, okay, so say that again, sorry.
Yeah, sure. So the CO shall also at the next possible meeting prepare and bring back options to incentivize greater safety in the BESS industry, including but not limited to an ordinance temporarily pausing any new BS project from being accepted, comma, mandatory board review of any proposed battery storage projects, comma, temporary measures that could be adopted within 6 months, comma, and other options. So that we're able to have this conversation. I mean, what I'm trying to do is create an opportunity for us to have a structured conversation about stopgap measures. I think we all clearly agree we need these development standards and that it's really important. But what do we do in the next 2 years, and how do we best incentivize sort of safety in the next 2 years, and to create some options for us to look at the next meeting that includes the possibility of a moratorium. I don't want to take that off the table. I just want to have a more robust conversation.
Madam Chair, can we have staff put your amendments up on the screen, because I think we need to be transparent with the public.
Okay. Yeah, that's a great idea. I'll read them again. Okay. So it's item 3. And there's a first sentence. Leave the first sentence alone. And for
I was going to write the amendment.
Okay, yeah, I'm just saying for recommendation 3, don't touch this first sentence. And then for the second sentence that says the CO shall also at the next possible meeting prepare and bring back options to incentivize safety while recommendation 2 is developed.
Options to incentivize
safety while recommendation 2 is developed, including but not limited to an ordinance temporarily pausing any new BESS project applications from being accepted.
Temporarily pausing.
Any new BESS project application from being accepted.
Submitted?
Accepted. I'm just reading Jim's board letter right now, so.
It's coming straight off of it.
Yeah, straight off of the board letter.
So with your amendments, the options to incentivize safety while recommendation 2 is being.
The CAO shall also, at the next possible meeting, prepare and bring back options to incentivize safety while recommendation 2 is being implemented, including but not limited to an ordinance temporarily pausing any new BESS project from being accepted, comma, mandatory review by the board of any proposed battery storage projects, comma, urgent stopgap measures within 6 months, comma, and any other options.
Let me just share this and then we can go. I should apologize. Should have just done that at the beginning. I need to pull up the board.
I would be willing to accept that amendment two would go into place. And the only, if I were industry, I'd get in as many applications as I possibly could in the next 6 weeks. So we're going to have a lot more people in the pipeline. And that's just, not that they're bad, but that's just consequence of these actions. And the longer we string that out, the fewer safety standards that we have in place. I'm just
I hear you.
Putting that out there.
I think we can't avoid that though, right?
I know, we can't. You're right.
We can't. I mean, that we have to wait for the next.
We would have had to wait
yeah.
for the next meeting, but I would like to be able to take action at that meeting because if we don't have teeth, this stuff's still going to happen.
Okay.
And to me, if we take away the incentives for them to actually make these safe, we're putting our residents at risk, which we shouldn't be doing.
Supervisor Anderson?
Yeah, there were 2 items that we haven't addressed that I'm hoping are improvements. One is the language is pretty prescriptive on how we move forward. And I was thinking it might be better if, because this is highly technical, that we don't say that this is what we want done, but whether these are examples of things that would be looked at and allow it to the professionals. Because as it reads now, and I'm looking for it in there, it's very precise in how we move forward under, I believe it's item 2. And so I think that a simple word change would solve that. So instead, may include as opposed to include.
Yeah, and if staff has other recommendations, this isn't an exclusive
I'm not saying
list.
that you were trying to tell staff what to do, but I think that my experience has been when I complain later, staff says, well, that's what you told us what to do. So let's just add may now
So
in
just
front
to
of
be clear,
it.
this is on recommendation 2.
Right, it's may include instead of include.
It says this process shall be informed, and at the minimum standards should include, but are not limited to. So you're saying at a minimum standards may include.
Correct.
Is that, okay.
And then later, I believe it talks about stakeholders being consulted. And I think that it would be good if, because this is so technical, that these are expert stakeholders that we're inviting to the table because I'm really most interested in what experts have to say.
Well, I think it should be a balance, though, as well. Stakeholders, professionals and non-professionals, as far as residential.
It says currently, this process shall be informed by community, industry, and all other relevant stakeholder input as deemed appropriate.
But I think we need the word expert.
Do you want to, would you be open to add including expert?
Including experts, as long as they leave the community in there.
Yeah.
So there's, I mean, have experts and non-experts.
That's fine. But I want to make sure there's experts at the table, that we're consulting with folks that have expertise.
So would it be appropriate to say this process shall be informed by community, industry, expert, and all other relevant stakeholder? Sure. Is that amenable? Supervisor Anderson?
Yeah. And then, so if you wouldn't mind just repeating, because I'm having a hard time reading from that distance. Yeah. It's not on my screen here where it normally is. Instead, my picture's here. Is it possible on the screen to put it so I can read it?
I think he's having trouble because he's having trouble following me.
So I have recommendation 3 up there, so if we could give it one more shot. Yes, thank you.
Now it's on the screen so I can see
I'll try. Direct the CAO to work with applicants with BES projects currently reviewed to align their submittals with city recommendments to the extent feasible, period. The CAO shall also, at the next possible meeting, prepare and bring back, and then
that's essentially
options to incentivize safety.
Okay, so options to.
While recommendations to developed, including not limited to, just stop with including not limited to. Yes, cut. Nope.
Nope.
Paste it after prepare and bring back.
Prepare and bring back right here.
Right there.
Okay. Is that.
And then put a comma after developed.
You got it.
And then pausing a new bit from being accepted, after being accepted, accepted. See the word accepted, being accepted. Yes, being pausing mandatory review of battery storage projects by the board. Of battery BESS projects by the board. Just BESS projects by the board. Interim standards with comma, after comma, interim standards within 6 months, is that what you were suggesting?
Yeah.
Interim standards within 6 months. Interim standards within 6 months. Yeah. For stopgap measures. Stopgap measures.
Including moratoriums.
You already have that, including what limited to an ordinance.
I'm going to have to reread it then.
Okay, and then cut the rest of that. That's after pursuant. Cut. Yeah, cut.
This out.
Yeah, cut. Nope. Yeah. Cut. Yeah.
Leave that out.
There. MEASU.
Take the 45 days out.
Yeah, it's in there.
Take it out.
Okay, take out 45 days.
Just say temporary
Just
pausing.
okay, take out 45 days.
As opposed to a specific time.
Yeah.
Thank you. See you.
So if it says temporary pausing, when that comes back to us in 30 days, do we vote on that?
Yeah, these would be options for us to vote on.
But, so it's, we were voting, it's not a moratorium.
It's the same thing.
It's a potential.
It's an option.
But it's specific with time. We're stopping it in perpetuity.
It says temporarily, I think.
Well,
we can put whatever
without
date of time we want.
without definition, though, it's in perpetuity. It's temporarily there in perpetuity. So I'm worried that when it comes back, it's going to be problematic defining temporary. So are you saying we'll have to decide how long that temporary is when they come back in 30
Well, I'm not the one who wants the moratorium, but I do want to conclude it as an option for us to have a conversation about. So, Jim, do you have thoughts on how to time-bound that in a way that's not going to create concerns as voiced by Supervisor Anderson?
I don't know, Joel, I don't see the issue because in ordinance to temporarily pausing any BES, at that point in time, we could say 6 months, 3 months, 45 days, we could put whatever number we want on that if you, as the wish of the board. So it's, right now it's.
But if we put a time on it, does that not reset the clock for another 30 days? Because it's not specific.
There's no time. They're just saying we could put in a moratorium, is all it says, as an option.
I understand what Joel's saying. If we don't put the time in and it comes back and there's no date, and then we change it on the dais, then then it restarts the clock. I think that's your concern. Yes.
So it's not really 45 days. It's now 60 days plus 45.
So you want to put some kind of time back in there.
Well, I think that, I don't want to put words in my colleague's mouth, but he agreed to 45 days. And I'm thinking.
But that was 45 days with 2 one-year extensions.
Well, why don't you put back 45 days with.
60 days.
Sure, 60 days. Sure. I mean, I think Joel has a point. There's not going to be able to implement it.
60 days.
Okay. 60 days?
Well, 60 days plus we have 30 days before we get it back. So effectively it's 90 days.
No, it's the opposite. It would be temporarily pausing for 60 days, not adding 60 plus 30.
Well, we're not counting the first 30 days.
What first 30?
What first 30 days?
Right now.
But it's not being paused now, because you need an ordinance to pause it.
Okay.
So we can't pause anything right now because we don't have an ordinance. So why don't you put temporarily pausing, in parentheses, 60 days. Is that, okay.
Through the vice chair, I want to make clear too that if and when the staff brings back a temporary moratorium, there are state law restrictions on how long those moratoria can be. I think the initial one is 45 days and then the time periods get longer. So I just wanted to make sure that the board understood that too.
Then you better go back to your 45
days with potential extensions.
That's fine. Okay.
So we go 45 days with, and you leave it in put it in the parentheses there, pausing 45 days plus potential extensions.
Comma plus potential extensions.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Well, that would be my friendly amendment.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve the item 8 with the amendment.
I will second it.
Okay.
Supervisor Anderson, did you have additional comments?
No, you covered everything, and then some.
Okay, Supervisor Montgomery Stepp.
I'm scared to ask a question. Just most of it has been covered. I want to go back to something the Vice Chair brought up, and I think Supervisor Desmond brought up too, which is the current projects that are in the pipeline. My understanding is that this recommendation does take sort of some of the loose but standards that are listed in recommendation number 2, and allows the CAO and staff to work with the applicants to try to come within that framework with regard to project approval. Is that accurate?
Supervisor Montgomery Stepp, through the chair. We will certainly share those with developers as they go through the process and make suggestions, but they would not be requirements that would be placed on those individual applications.
Okay. So the requirements come depending on what we decide when this comes back. All right. Thank you.
Let me ask a question. It's my understanding that local fire departments and fire chiefs give input on these. Is that correct, along the process? So it's not like we're flying completely blind. We do have fire professionals involved in the process.
Okay, if there's no further questions or comments from, we have one clarification from staff.
Yes, thank you. Vice Chair Lassen-Remer, Supervisor, thank you for the discussion. We just want to clarify one thing in regards to what we can come back with in 6 months for the guidelines. And I want to turn to Inga, County Council, to see if there's any, legal requirement. We can have interim standards as guidelines, but what would be required in terms of the EIR, because it's the EIR that is the 18 to 24 month time frame. But we understand the sense of urgency for this item and bringing back options. So I just want to clarify in regards to what would be guidelines or ordinance updates.
Yes, I mean, I know that the lawyer answer, it depends, is frustrating, but it depends what the standards are and what form they take. So standards that include an actual amendment to the zoning ordinance seem like they would take longer than 6 months because it requires certain procedures and likely requires a larger environmental document like an EIR, which is very difficult to complete in 6 months. If the standards are less formal and don't include a zoning ordinance amendment, those can likely be done more quickly.
Okay. Thank you.
If we had a health and safety emergency, would that help speed up any time if that was declared on these particular units? Just a question.
We can look into that.
That would be great. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Now, clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. That motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present and voting aye.
Okay, we're moving to our next item. It's discussion item number 9. Please, clerk, call up any public speakers.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We do have 10 total requests to speak, 4 individuals in person and 6 requesting to speak by phone. Also like to note for the record, we did not receive any e-comments on this item. For any individuals that requested to speak on this item by phone, if you could please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, if you could please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak. I will be calling individuals in groups of 3 again, and I'd like to invite forward the first 3 individuals. Cesar Javier, allegedly Audra, and Michael Brando. And you'll have 1 minute to address the board, and if you could please begin by stating your name for the audio record.
My person used the name Audra. Those other 2 are not here anymore. As far as levies go, it's like if people don't pay, their part, you can take their property. And as we're talking about, fires that are potentially, going to burn down whole neighborhoods that you're still continuing to have out there, it's like, I don't understand what just happened with that whole last item. But it's just more of the same crap that you guys, give out. But it's like, you want people to pay for fire protection district zones, but it's like, you're not willing to make sure that there aren't fires there. Like you're halfway there, but it's like you still have all these projects that are going to come forward in the meantime and potentially put people at risk. And it's like, and then you have to levy property taxes. And, I understand that that's something that, you think you need to do, but you have enough of the people's money that you waste on a massive scale. And now it's like, if they don't pay this, then you can take their home.
Thank you. And not seeing Michael or Cesar in the board chamber, we'll go ahead and call the remaining speakers in person, Hermes and Mark.
Hey, how you guys doing? And take a look at, we want to go in and I don't quite understand what you guys are going for, but I have a question regarding all the construction you guys are doing, trying to save us and protect us and all that stuff. Why are we removing lanes of freeway all over the place? Creating traffic when there normally isn't traffic. I mean, we painted the roads, then we painted over the road, over the freeway, where you could definitely see where the line used to be. And now it's there because we decided we wanted to take out 1 lane of freeway. Why? So we could add traffic, so we could pretend that we're all a busting economy? Why do we change the light sequence on Grape Street? So we could add traffic? Why do we change all these different things? I drive all over the place. I could see this happening in real time. I could see you guys doing this. I could point out, I could show you pictures of different locations that you screw up. You're doing it on purpose.
Thank you. We will now hear from those that have requested to speak by phone. Again, when it's your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted. You will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. Again, I'd like to remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking, and we'll go ahead and begin with our first caller.
Bold. The permanent road division rate increases are ridiculous, whether or not some quote committee approved 95% for PRD 104. What a great rate to repulse low-income home buyers. 9% increase for PRDs 117, 133, and 1017 based on an LA Consumer Confidence Index setting the inflation rate at 9%, which is ridiculous in itself. Well, the next paragraph lists Estes County's inflation at 3.8%. And, same for flood control and increase of 15% based on the same LA index. And you don't even give a reason for using the more subjective consumer confidence index for another county. Service area.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Consuelo. Yeah, number 9. Gosh, that last item was just like, holy shit. There's a saying in Spanish, it goes, tanto pedo para cagar aguado. That means a lot of farts just to shit watery. You know, it's like a big fuss over nothing. Much ado about nada. Anyways, okay, back to 9. But it was great theater, though, not for nothing. It was so great to see you guys going back and forth. And Tara, you just you like talking so much. We should give you a time limit. Okay, number 9, levies. Let's see. Yeah, just more things to penalize the people. People that ain't got much. It is election season, so you get all these texts. Please contribute this, please contribute that. Now these levies and all these freaking things that people can't afford, all for an agenda. No need to say any more. I'm done.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
It's true, a total of 10 districts. You get to see a total of $353,000 more in taxes with inconsistent inflationary rates cited. Permanent road divisions include Artesian Road at San Dieguito near the Netwigs abused horses. The rate will increase from $9 to $85. About Legend Rock and Hidden Meadows, let's see, $1,586 to $1,730 per parcel. Ranch Creek Road in Valley Center will increase from $1,595 to $1,740. Talbot, Haley, Toke Streets in Ramona, $277 to $302. Community service areas, San Dieguito, Local Parks District, and Forest Ranch, $148 to now $154. EMS for a bunch of cities, let's see, $36 to $38. That's not too bad. Cottonwood Village and Rancho San Diego, $112 to $116 now. Monte Vista and Rancho San Diego, $199 to $200.
And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from my colleagues? Okay, do I have a motion? Okay, we have a motion by Supervisor Anderson. Is there a second? Second from Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. Please call the roll.
And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you. We're now moving on to item 10, Otay Majestic Project, Specific Plan Amendment, Tentative Map, Site Plan, and Environmental Document. Staff has a presentation.
Good morning, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer and Supervisors. I'm Ashley Smith with Planning and Development Services. Today, Mark Slovic and I will be presenting on item number 10, the Otay Majestic Project, which is requesting a change from residential to light industrial uses in a specific plan area in Otay Mesa. The department is recommending approval of the project. The 185-acre project site is located northeast of the intersection of Harvest Road and Otay Mesa Road, and northwest of the intersection of Van Center and Otay Mesa Road in the Otay Subregional Plan area. The project site is located within the adopted East Otay Mesa Business Park Specific Plan, which is proposed to be amended to allow light industrial uses on the project site. The project is in the southwestern portion of the East Otay Mesa Business Park Specific Plan. Light industrial uses are developed to the west, south, and east of the project site. Open space occurs north of the project, and Johnson Canyon open space area is adjacent to the proposed 51.3-acre biological open space being preserved as part of the project. On June 25th, 2018, the Board of Supervisors adopted a supplemental environmental impact report and approved the OTI 250 project on the site, which allowed up to 3,158 housing units on the site, along with commercial uses. However, the applicant determined that residential uses were not the best use of the property, and the project never moved forward to construction. The Otay Majestic project applicant proposes to amend the East Otay Mesa Business Park specific plan to revert the property back to industrial use. The project also proposes to subdivide the site into 12 lots for the construction of up to 2,850,000 square feet of industrial buildings over 5 phases. The industrial buildings would be used for warehousing, which generally includes sorting goods before they are shipped out to a different location. The project would result in the development of approximately 184 acres of the site and would include approximately 51 acres of permanent open space. No specific tenants have been identified for the proposed warehouse buildings by the project applicant at this time. Here are photo simulations of the proposed warehouse buildings, which will include employee patios with furniture, amenities, shade structures, and landscaping. In accordance with the California Environmental Quality Act, an addendum was prepared and made available for a 45-day public review period. Public notices were sent to property owners within a 1,700-foot radius of the project site. 2 letters were received during the public review period, and 1 of the comment letters were retracted. 2 additional correspondences, one from the Otay Mesa Chamber of Commerce and the other from Otay Mesa Property Owners Association, were received in support of the project. Responses to the comments have been prepared and are included in the staff report. Concerns and comments primarily focused on the previously approved environmental documents, traffic, and biology. 3 environmental impact reports have been adopted that studied both industrial and residential use of the project site. Since the site has previously been studied for industrial use, an addendum to the previous environmental impact reports was prepared for the project. The project qualifies for an addendum to the previous EIRs because the project does not require major revisions of the previous EIRs due to new significant impacts or impacts that are more severe than identified previously. The previous EIRs analyzed development of the site, and the project does not result in any new impacts or increase the severity of previously identified impacts. As a result, an addendum complies with CEQA, and the impacts of the project have been adequately addressed.
The project relies on previous EIRs that use level of service criteria to evaluate traffic impacts. As a result, a vehicle miles traveled analysis is not required as long as the project does not increase traffic beyond what was previously analyzed in the EIRs. The approved Otay 250 residential project generated over 34,000 daily trips and had significant impacts at 8 surrounding intersections and 3 road segments. The proposed Otay Majestic project generates approximately 80% less traffic than the previously approved Otay 250 residential project without significant impacts to the surrounding road network. With the reduced number of vehicle trips, VMT analysis was not required. The project would be required to make road improvements at the intersection of Otay Mesa, Sun Road Boulevard, Harvest Road, and Van Center Road, as well as secondary roads of future Zinzer and Lone Star Road, as shown in the slide. A biological report was prepared to verify the impacts to biology were equal to those addressed in the previous EIRs. The review concluded that the project would impact fewer biological resources than under the previously approved project. The reduction in on-site impacts is estimated at 8 acres. Therefore, there is no increase in impacts to biology and no additional mitigation would be required. Other conditions are also included to address potential biological impacts, including biological monitoring, temporary construction fencing, breeding season avoidance, open space fencing and signage, limiting building zones, and dust control. Recognizing that housing is a priority for this board and the need for the county to demonstrate capacity for housing to the state through the Regional Housing Needs Assessment Allocation, or RHNA, we will walk through a summary of this proposed change on the housing supply. The county is required to demonstrate to the state that it has the capacity to accommodate its housing allocation for all income categories, which in the unincorporated area is 6,700 new housing units. The state no net loss requirement mandates that the county accommodate the required lower income RENA units that have not been built at all times. The county has planned for even more units and maintains an excess in RENA capacity. The previously approved OTI 250 residential project represents 663 residential units of the county's RENA capacity. The applicant's request for this change and the removal of the 663 units represented by the project site would not conflict with the RENA or require additional housing units to be assigned to another site. While the project does reduce the excess RENA capacity, it will contribute to the continued need for light industrial use in the OTI area and strengthen the local economy through job creation. The OTI Majestic project is located within an area that does not have a formal community planning or sponsor group. The applicant and PDS did, however, send notice to and engage with surrounding property owners, the Otay Mesa Property Owners Association, the Otay Mesa Chamber of Commerce, and other stakeholder groups, including the Environmental Coalition and labor groups. On June 14th, 2024, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the project by a vote of 5-0. Because the project complies with all relevant codes and regulations, is in conformance with the Otay Subregional Plan, and the required findings can be made, staff concurs with the Planning Commission and recommends that your board approve the project as presented and take the following actions. Adopt the environmental findings, including an addendum to the previous EIRs, and approve the project, including the specific plan amendment, tentative map, and site plan. Staff also recommends requiring the applicant to enter into an agreement to defend and indemnify the county in accordance with county code in the amount of $1 million. This concludes the staff presentation, and we're available for questions.
Thank you very much. We would now like.
Thank you, Vice Chair. 12 in phone. Also, item registered their support. For any individuals that request, we're actually going to jump to the group presentation first. We'll begin with the group presentation in favor. You'll have 5 minutes to address the board. All 3 members of the group must speak during that 5 minutes. Please self-regulate your time with the timer on the podium. As a reminder, each person in the group may not speak for more than 2 minutes. As you come forward, please state your name at the podium before you begin your presentation. I'd like to invite forward the first group presentation that includes the following individuals. Dan Feldman, Tom Simmons, and Brett, and I believe it's Tremaine. Thank you.
Can I start?
You may start. Let me get your time up to 5 minutes here. You may start. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Dan Feldman with Sunroad Enterprises. We are the owners of the property. We have owned this property for more than 30 years. Just a quick on Sunroad Enterprises. We're a family-owned company. We were founded here in San Diego in 1977. We're one of the largest minority-owned businesses in the state of California and in the city of San Diego. We currently employ over 1,400 people in the greater San Diego area. You might know us from some of our car dealerships, such as Pacific Honda, Kearney Mesa Ford and Kia, Toyota Chula Vista, San Diego, and Kearney Mesa Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. We've also developed various real estate projects throughout the greater San Diego area, including Costera and Island Prime and Sunroad Resort Marina right across the bay here. We tend to stay a little bit under the radar. We are not very public about ourselves. We tend to get more involved in the charity and philanthropic, but we're not one of the big companies that advertises our name, so you might not see us quite as much as some of the other larger companies. Our project was entitled previously for industrial. We evaluated and went through the process of possibly doing residential. Market conditions were not supportive, and we have Majestic, who's our partner. We've been partners for 10 years, and after careful evaluation, we decided to go back to its original entitlement, which was industrial. The project's surrounded by industrial, north, south, east, and west of us. Obviously, we reached out to all of the stakeholders in the immediate vicinity, and we've received unanimous support. As I think the staff mentioned, we went to Planning Commission, and we received 5-0 unanimous support with no opposition, and we don't have any neighbors or businesses in the area that are in any form of opposition. I do want to thank county staff. This has been a long, laborious project to get to this point. The number of studies and the work that we did obviously was very meaningful, and I just want to thank them again for everything that they did. I am here, I want to introduce, and he's just going to speak for a minute about Majestic.
To all the supervisors, thank you for your time. And to the staff has been great for well over. Nora Vargas and her office has also been very helpful and very supportive of the project. Majestic is a family-owned and operated development company. We buy land all over the United States. We build these industrial properties. Today, we own approximately 100 million square feet of buildings. Our strategy is always long-term ownership, and through that long-term ownership, we become very vested into the communities we're in. I will tell you, our relationship with Sunroad has been fabulous. It's well over a decade. We've built multiple projects. All of those projects have become very successful employment centers for the communities. And I'm often asked, what are the impacts, Brett, of your buildings in the community? And I can tell you that they are strong employment centers. We have a very nice balance of both skilled and unskilled labor and workers. They move through their jobs in these facilities. They start on the floor and they start driving forklifts and they move up through management and they improve their skills. And I will tell you, it's almost a bit like a form of apprenticeship where these individuals grow within the company. And so I want to tell you, we're here in support of it, and we're happy to answer any questions that you have. We have built millions and millions of square feet around the United States, also here in California. And we are supported by a lot of union members who are here today, the iron workers, the labor unions, the carpenters union. And we know that those local jobs are very important to the community. So I hope you can receive these comments as positive and that these are very good employment centers for the community. Last item I'll tell you is my CEO and my partner is a veteran. He's 85 years old. He's still in the office every day, and I still wear these suits, if you can believe it. But he fought in Vietnam. And so I want to let you know we're proud to be a veteran-owned business. And we thank you for your time today.
5 seconds here. So my name is Thomas Simmons. I'm with Majestic, the project developer. If I can answer any questions, I'm available.
Thank you very much. We will begin with the in-person speakers. Those that are in favor, as your name is called, if you could please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak. Again, I'll be calling individuals in groups of 3, and I'd like to invite forward the following individuals. David Johnson, Francisco Pena, I believe it's Ralph Valadar. My apologies if I mispronounced that. You will have 1 minute to address the board, and if you could please again start by stating your name for the audio record. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is David Johnson. I'm with the Union Iron Workers out of Local 229 San Diego. We have about 50 to 60% of our membership that live down in Otay, Chula Vista. So pretty much anything south of the 54, our membership is big presence there. I advise you guys to vote yes on this. I think this will put a lot of women and men working at my local and all the other union leaders that's here and supported this project. Like the gentleman said, all the different trades will be building this project, so it will be a composite crew. It will get done on time, and it'll be done right. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Good morning, County Supervisors. My name is Francisco Peña. I represent the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters. And I am here representing over 7,000 union carpenters in San Diego. We are in full support of this project, which will provide livable wages to local men and women all over our region to build this project. Having a responsible contractor that will provide apprenticeship opportunities for future craftsmen that will continue building our communities. We ask you that you move forward with this project. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ralph Belder. I'm here on behalf of the Southern California District Council of Laborers and, more importantly, our members here in San Diego County. Decisions like the one that's going to be placed tonight is very, very important to our members. And this project will provide more local jobs, good-paying union jobs with benefits. And I got to say, a developer like Majestic, there's not a whole lot like them, but their ideals mirror ours. They believe in good wages, pensions, and not only jobs, but careers in an industry that can give people to retirement and be able to live dignified lives after that. And one last thing I'd like to say is, I'm a United States Army veteran, and when I came out of the military, the job I did didn't really translate to civilian life. The union gave me an opportunity, but it took developers like Majestic to give union contractors those jobs to put people like myself to work and make sure that I'm able to provide for my family. So this decision you make today is extremely important to our families. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the next three speakers forward: Zach Strasters, Al Sanchez, and Sean Ellis.
All right. So we're almost to afternoon, so good morning. Let me just talk a little bit about who I am, where I'm from, and why I'm speaking. My name is Zach Strasters. I'm with Seed San Diego, and I want to say thank you as well for your patience. I know it's not easy to be in public office here and take a lot of the abuse that comes, but we want to say at Seed, thank you. Thank you for the time that you guys have invested into hearing the community and thoughts concerning this project. Very briefly, this is a 2.85 million square foot opportunity that's going to yield roughly about 1,800 internal jobs, not to mention whatever else is provided in the construction phases. And for the housing element that, we talked about wanting to meet RENA numbers, people need to have a reason to want to build housing. 1,800 jobs is a great reason to build housing. So some of this stuff is literally planning housing developments, and some of it is giving people a reason to live in the area. OTE is about a point higher in unemployment, so this is a good place to build it in as well.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello, council members. My name is Al Sanchez. I'm a member of Local 89 Labor Union. My business manager is Val Macedo. And we're here because this job means our 4,200 members that work around this area are going to get good wages, going to have a pension, going to have health insurance, an annuity. And I also want to tell you, these jobs aren't short. I have about 57,000 hours, give or take a couple, on these type of jobs. And it's a good thing for us, and we hope you support this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable supervisors. My name is Sean Ellis. I'm a political organizer and organizer for the United Association of Plumbers Pipe Fitters, Local 230. I'm also here to speak on behalf of the workers of Local 669, the fire suppression fitters, and all UA membership that's in this area. Let me just get down to it. Private business, private organization, private investors have made an agreement with the union. That's rare. That's bipartisan. That's unique, right? That's us putting the hard work with investors, where leadership counts, with projects, living wages, a highly skilled and highly trained workforce, the opportunity for the community to join the apprenticeship, the opportunity to bring Republicans and Democrats together to actually get good stuff done, not rhetoric on social media, right? So I urge you to vote yes. I urge you to move forward with this. This will give us an opportunity not only to build a middle class and build our movement, but allow a private organization that invests in this community to make an immense amount of capital to continue the process, so we can continue more projects like this and set an example for the rest of the country. So thank you guys. God bless you guys, and you have a good one.
Thank you. We'll call the final two members in support of this item, John Bennett and Dan Gore.
Good morning, everyone. My name is John Bennett. I'm with the United Association Plumbers and Pipefitters, Local 230, San Diego. We support this project, and your yes vote today shows that you support us and San Diego as a whole. This project allows our hardworking men and women to advance their careers while earning middle-class wages and benefits. Most importantly, the developer has made a pledge to hire local and skilled construction workforce members to build their vision, ensuring a high-quality project and ensuring the community's basic economic needs by supporting the people all around us. This project is great for our community, and we strongly urge you to approve it with your yes vote today. Thank you.
Good morning, Vice Chair Tara Lawson and County Board of Supervisors. My name is Dan Gore. I'm from the United Association of Plumbers and Steamfitters, Local 230 here in San Diego. I've been a proud member of that local union for 20 years. We support this project, and we hope that we can get a yes vote from each and every one of you today. This will create local jobs for our membership, along with other craft unions and other trade crafts in general. This project, we've already had some discussions with the developer, and they're committed to have local hire. And these local hire jobs will provide good middle-class wages and benefits for our members, okay? The project is great for the community. It'll open up other avenues for housing, like Zach had mentioned earlier, and we strongly urge you for a yes vote today. Thank you.
Thank you. Call the members in opposition. First three are Charles, I believe it's Relay, Ledgely Audra, and again, Michael Brando.
Good afternoon. My name is Charles Riley, and I'm a conservation organizer with the San Diego chapter of the Sierra Club, working in the South Bay. I'm here on behalf of over 13,000 members and over 28,000 supporters here in San Diego and Imperial County. I'm here to comment on the Otay Majestic project, which the Sierra Club is asking for the Board of Supervisors not to approve until the supplemental environmental impact report has been completed. The 2024 project addendum proposes removing greenhouse gas mitigation measures. This is a substantial change from the 2018 SEIR, which would require a supplemental environmental impact report. Additionally, the mitigation measures for air quality and GHG emissions in the Attorney General's office best practices for warehouse reports has not been adopted. CEQA requires the incorporation of feasible mitigation measures. For this reason, we are requesting a supplemental environmental impact report before the Board of Supervisors approves of this. Please also review the letter submitted by the Sierra Club for further information. Thank you.
We have allegedly Audra left, and Hermes, and Michael Brando. You may come forward in any order.
3 seconds. My person uses the name Audra. So I'm wondering, is this going to be used for a drug and human trafficking tunnel to be built under the building? Because there's been some found in Otay outside of Tijuana, and it's just interesting that they're using these tunnels to bring drugs and humans, and this is the perfect location, and you got your suits here, they love their money. So I'm just wondering if this is going to be used for that. Who cares, right? As long as we can bring more unaccompanied minors to traffic, that would be good. So good. I love that we don't care about any of that, even though these have just been found, and there's tons of tunnels all under the border. And again, this is the perfect location. So anybody going to answer that? No? No? All right. Sounds good.
Hermes here. Well, I can't really be pissed off at you. You guys are the selected ones. You guys were the ones that these guys, unions, went around and collected a bunch of registration forms to go ahead and get people elected all over the place. Now, I'm very curious because they seem to be running the show, telling you who can build and who can't build. You know, these people that are sitting right down in this building were probably involved in the election fraud using registration cards that I will eventually find out who is responsible. I can track that down. By all means, please look into that. And when I determine which unions are doing the election fraud to get their agendas pushed, I'm going to be publicly placing that everywhere. So if you want to get all tough again, feel free. Let's go.
We will now hear from those that have requested to speak by phone. When it's your turn to speak, you will be unmuted and you will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd like to remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking, and we'll go ahead and begin with our first caller.
Paul Bold. So, in the middle of a housing shortage, you want to replace previously approved 250-acre housing site with light industrial use, and there are no specific tenants for this place. The SC County Planning Commission approved it, not the local group who might know more about local conditions. And this is sponsored by Sunroad, another big real estate developer. Big real estate sounds like Blackstone. The main reason is apparently that no houses were built on the site since its approval in 2018. However, I see no reason why a mixed-use development could not be approved, since there seem to be no tenants either way. And do we really need more warehouses? Finally, I noticed that the...
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next caller.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. My name is Calvin Barrios. I'm the Director of Government Affairs for Labor's Local 89, speaking here on behalf of my business manager Valentin Macedo, and our 5,000 members in San Diego County. This project is a great project. It's actually being built in one of the last zones where it's appropriate to build warehouses. There is a need for these type of projects since we keep on changing zoning laws to allow for more housing, and that is one of the things that we do need, and we're a big proponent for the building of more housing. Around the Otay corridor, it's really where we should be placing a lot of our houses, our warehouses, and these type of uses. Did want to point out this project also has 51 acres of preserved open space, and then that's a good thing as far as wildlife. But it also will be built using a union workforce and provide for long-term jobs for our local community. Again, we urge you to vote yes on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next caller.
Consuelo. I just love the unions. Not. Okay, so, and to the brother who called it Otay. Otay is what buckwheat would say from the Little Rascals. Otay, not Otay. Otay. Anyways, okay. So, yeah, back to this silly project. I noticed that the project also includes 6 vegetated basins located along the southern edges. That's Otay Mesa Road. And let's see. Near, stormwater stuff front. Oh, yeah. Fronting the Zinsser Road to treat stormwater runoff. So I guess the locals will have to put up with, more mosquitoes, breeding, and...
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next caller.
Curious, why is Otay 250 going the wayside? How can big business just swoop in and turn the area into light industrial use? I thought you guys really wanted a bunch of stack and tack. Who got paid off? Sounds like 2.8 million square feet of Otay is going to become a warehouse for Amazon. That doesn't sound very majestic. So what's the mitigation? Are there going to be walls to block the sounds of trucks constantly leaving day and night? Will be the extra pedestrian safety measures? PDS's recommendation of $1 million security from Richard Vans or Blake Fillmore's Sunroad OTI partners and OTI Management Company is not going to even come close to covering potential lawsuits. Other concerns, a huge campus like this relying solely on expensive electricity is bound to overload the grid. Are they providing offsets? They're also going to have a bunch of solar panels that can't be recycled. Where's the mitigation? For the EV charging stations, will the level of potential radiation be measured? And this item says they're going to have low-flow toilets. I consider that torture of employees. I believe Sunroad is invested in making big money with big labor. And thank you, everybody.
Thank you. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Supervisor Desmond?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Appreciate it. And it's unfortunate the housing development didn't work out, but I do think this is a great project for South County, and appreciate the applicants sticking with it for so long. And I think this is going to be good. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve this item.
Okay, thank you, Supervisor Anderson. Any comments?
No, that was my comment.
Okay. Well, seeing no other comments, we have a motion by Supervisor Desmond. We have a second by Supervisor Anderson. Clerk, please call the roll.
And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present voting aye.
Okay, thank you. We will now move on to discussion item 11, resolution to set aside the board's May 5, 2021 decision granting the appeal in North County Environmental Resources Project and affirm the February 5th, 2021 decision of the Planning Commission approving the project and CEQA exemption. We'll now turn to staff for a presentation.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer and Supervisors. I'm Ashley Smith with Planning and Development Services, and I will be presenting on item 11, which is the North County Environmental Resources Recycling Facility. The board previously granted appeals from the community and directed an environmental impact report to be prepared for the project on May 5th, 2021. That decision was challenged in court, and the court directed approval of the project and environmental document. The board is being asked today to adopt a resolution to comply with the court direction. The action of the board is limited to the court's direction, and therefore there is not an ability for the board to add conditions or change the project. The project site includes 139.5 acres located west of Interstate 15, directly south of Mesa Rock Road, and within the Twin Oaks Community Sponsor Group area of the North County Metropolitan Subregional Plan area. The project is a recycling facility that would recycle tree waste chipping and grinding, wood and construction debris, and concrete, asphalt, and inert material from demolition projects. The project would be constructed on 18 acres in the southeast portion of the site, approximately a quarter-mile south of Mesa Rock Road. The project includes the construction of 2 steel buildings with an associated parking lot, 1 100,000-gallon water tank, a security trailer, truck scales, and up to 20 storage containers. The project includes conditions to limit the hours of operation from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday, to limit the number of outbound truck shipments to no more than an average of 2 per day, and to require that all material processing take place within an enclosed building, among others. During processing of the project, staff prepared a 15183 checklist for compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, or CEQA, as the project complies with the general plan and zoning for the site. This CEQA section applies to projects that are consistent with a community plan, zoning, and general plan policies for which an environmental impact report was certified. A checklist is prepared by staff after the technical reports for the project have been completed and reviewed to demonstrate that there are no peculiar circumstances or impacts that will occur upon construction and implementation of a project that were not identified in the general plan EIR or would require additional review. On June 25th, 2020, the county decision maker found the project qualified for a 15183 CEQA exemption. 4 groups, the Twin Oaks Valley Community Sponsor Group, Hidden Meadows Community Sponsor Group, City of Escondido, and Montreux Homeowners Association filed administrative appeals challenging the zoning administrator's determination. On February 5th, 2021, the Planning Commission denied the appeals and granted the project's 15183 exemption. Those same 4 groups then filed administrative appeals to the board. On May 5th, 2021, the board granted the appeals, denied the 15183 exemption, and remanded the project back to the applicant to prepare an environmental impact report. Following the board's decision, the applicant filed lawsuits challenging the board's actions as unlawful under CEQA. On June 10th, 2024, the court issued a writ ordering the county to set aside the board's May 5th, 2021 actions and to issue a decision denying the appeals and affirming the decision of the Planning Commission dated February 5th, 2021, approving the project and the CEQA exemption thereto. Today's request is for the board to adopt a resolution to comply with the court's orders. Following today's action, the project can be constructed per the approved site plan, following the completion of and compliance with all applicable conditions of approval and the approval of necessary grading and building permits. This concludes our presentation, and staff is available for questions.
Are there?
Yeah.
Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you. Good eye test at the bottom. On the slide 3. So the height of the building, is it 37 feet? I can barely read that. You got to squint really hard.
Supervisor Desmond, give us a minute and we'll confirm the height and get right back to you.
I think it's 37 and a half. And then another question on the, I guess, as I read this, area C, which is in yellowish, is the new proposed processing area. And then there looks like a road there in front, just to the, I guess, east of it. Is that going to be screened at all from, I guess, in the freeway? I can't tell is there a wall there? Or is that just a road that's up against it?
Supervisor Desmond, through the chair, to the south of the site, there's some significant topography that basically goes up from that location. So the screening is more along the eastern boundary of the property as it faces the I-15 freeway.
So I guess that C, on the east portion of C, looks like a very straight line. Is that a fence, or is that anything for view? Because most of the people I've heard from are across the freeway, and they're concerned about the site, and I know there's nothing we can do to change about it. I'm just curious if that is going to be some sort of a shield or
Supervisor Desmond, no, there's not going to be any barrier on site in that location. It'll be the screening that takes place along the perimeter of the project boundary outside of the road that you see on that graphic.
Okay, well, it's hard to tell from this. There's solid lines and squiggly lines and right alongside there. I was just curious if that would be for screening, but that's potential for the applicant later on. But I know we can't restrict her to make any changes to that.
And then I did want to confirm, Supervisor Desmond, the height of the facility is about 37 and a half feet tall.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Any other questions or comments from my colleagues?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
Do you need a motion?
We do, but we also need public comment. So you can go ahead and make a motion any second, and then we'll move to public comment. Okay, a second from Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. And now we'll turn to public comment. We have 10 speakers, so the comments will be 1 minute. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson. We do have 5 individuals in person and 5 requesting to speak by phone. Also like to note for the record, we did receive 2 e-comments for this item. Both were in opposition. For any of the individuals that requested to speak on this item by phone, if you could please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll begin with the in-person speakers, all in which are in opposition. As your name is called, if you could please come forward and stand on the arrows until it's your turn to speak. Call individuals in groups of 3. I'd like to invite forward the following individuals. Hermes, I believe it's Kasturi Rangan, Vicente Gill. They come forward in any order.
Last one that put one in, so I can hear what they have to say.
Good morning, my name is Vicente Gill. I come as a member of the Montrose community. You, the Board of Supervisors, have been of great help in the past in calling for an environmental impact report related to this project to provide full disclosure of the effect of this project on the environment and surrounding community. The photos, if you have them in front of you, represent serves as a reminder that this project is going to be nested in a location that is surrounded by residential areas. One of the photos were just taken just last Monday is a view across the 15 highway looking at the project location. And to you, Supervisor Jessamine Dean, no, there is no wall, there's no fence. The concern here is birthed from information received, which states...
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Supervisors, my name is Kasturi Rangan, resident of North County, Escondido area, in the Montrose development. I'm here to ask you for imposing special conditions within CEQA 15183. PDS says there will not be a limit to incoming material. This will result in a massive inventory of inert as well as flammable material. The BOS needs to set limits on incoming material according to the California Code of Regulations, which is very specific about inventories. Site preparation is extensive, crushing, blasting and crushing 240,000 tons of rock to improve the site load-bearing capability. That is 8,000 tons a day of crushing for 30 days, whereas normal crushing would be limited to 20 tons a day max.
Thank you, sir.
The project is also economical.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
You know what, I want to go in and change my mind, or whatever. Name is Hermes. I want to go in and point out, I do recognize the fact coming over here talking to you guys is just a waste of time. Joel, today, just now, demonstrated that. He didn't really care about what the people have to say because none of you guys actually listen. The only two people up on that side that actually pay attention to what the people have to say is Monica and Jim. Those two people are the only two people on the stage that knows what it takes to get elected. They know how to go ahead, and I'm getting different understanding with Tara, and I'll look more into that. But they understand to listen to the people and hear what they have to say. But honestly, all of you guys recognize that the people aren't voting you guys in, and that's not who you hold to. That is why you cut down our minutes down.
Thank you. Call the final two speakers. Allegedly Audra, Michael Brando.
Please, next time don't do this. I'm asking you kindly.
Last two speakers, allegedly Audra and Michael Brando.
My person uses the name Audra. Did you guys put this together? Because it's really crappy. Like, you can't even read half of it, just like Jim was asking you about stuff. The pictures aren't very clear. I mean, it could have been done a lot better than this. And I don't know if you're trying to save paper or what, but I mean, you can't even read it. And you may be putting it up there, but if people want to be able to see what's going on, you should make it like so that you don't need a magnifying glass just to read what's going on. And again, the pictures, they all look the same. I don't know, it just seems like a waste of paper right here. But, it's just interesting to see them denying and then appealing and then denying and then appealing, and then you're going to put it through. And, this can't be good for the environment. And that's what's funny is like sometimes you guys care about the environment and then sometimes you don't and you overlook it. So you have to be consistent because it just looks like you guys don't really care, which you don't, and that's obvious.
Thank you. We will now hear from those that have requested to speak by phone. Again, when it's your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted. You will hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd like to remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking, and we'll begin with our first caller.
Timmery Bixler. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm asking that the board requires the CEQA exemption document to include a simple addendum with specific language as to the limits of the project, quantifying the number of truck trips, dust controls, fire prevention, mitigation measures, etc. This addendum could clarify the limits of this project and allow the public to understand exactly what the project approval includes. This 15183 exemption process was based on specific information from the developer, and therefore an addendum to the exemption should not be a hardship. It is likely the project proponent will be requesting approvals for project changes and increases over time. Increases never analyzed under the general plan EIR. An addendum that quantifies the limits of the project would provide a formal baseline under which future changes can be studied before approvals are given. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
Paul Bold. The original request from the company was outrageous and was rightly rejected. You should appeal to set aside 3 years later. In the intervening 3 years, the situation has changed. There are new people, more potential evacuees, different hazardous chemicals, and there should be a new area. When I say a matter this old being set aside, especially by the same judge who denied it in the first place, they always wonder, what role did big money play? Here, a recycling company wanted to operate a large-scale center generating toxic and poisonous fumes within a mile or so of numerous residences, creating all sorts of medical hazards as well as threat of evacuating a large number of homes. In that material, what left? Wood can be soaked in toxic substances.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
Okay, number 11, yeah. And just a reminder, half the people on this board, to the people in the audience, half the people on this board of managers do not care about what you have to say. That's why they only give you 60 seconds. I'm so sorry for that. Anyway, so, okay, 11. Wood can be soaked in toxic substances, construction, debris, or materials that seems to be inert. Can include all sorts of stuff left by accident. Asphalt is a byproduct of petroleum refining and contains polycyclic aromatic compounds known to cause cancer. Yeah, this was definitely outrageous. This was an outrageous request and was rightly rejected. And you should appeal and set aside 3 years later.
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
It's truth. North County Environmental Resources Project rolls off the tongue like trash. In 2008, Hilltop proposed a nursery at the same location, but there was opposition over environmental impact. In 2017, Hilltop allegedly had ties to Diamond Environmental Services that unlawfully discharged thousands of gallons of waste into city sewer systems across the state. In 2019, Hilltop sued the county to push the project through anyway. The judge sided with Hilltop, saying it constituted a prejudicial abuse of discretion, kind of like how toxic tyrant Tara runs the meetings. The county lost, so that's why this item had to be brought back with a revision. The DeJong Valley must be like Deborah Barkley and Craig Netwick, too much money and too many political connections to face real justice. It makes zero sense that any court would rule in Hilltop's favor to say there wouldn't be significant environmental impact when they're going to have junk recycled everywhere, ran by people with a record of intentional environmental damage. Maybe if you guys could actually take care of the basics like freedom of speech and abuse horses, you'd be able to figure out a loophole to block this horrible project. Good luck, I could say.
Thank you. Your time is up. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, Supervisor Desmond, did you have additional comments?
Yes, thank you for indulging me here. Looking at what was handed out by the speakers, different asks from them, I just want to reiterate, I guess, or maybe ask Inga here if you can weigh in. This is a court decision, and so there's nothing we can do to add or subtract or put any conditions on this item. Is that true? Or Inga's assistant?
That's correct, Supervisor Desmond.
There's nothing we can do. Okay. All right. Thank you. I just want to get that clarification up.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Anderson, a second by Supervisor Montgomery Stuff. Clerk, please take the vote.
And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that motion passes unanimously with all supervisors who are present and voting aye.
Okay, thank you very much. We now move on to non-agenda public comment. Clerk, can you please call the remainder of the non-agenda public speakers?
Thank you, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. We do have 16 total requests to speak on matters not listed on the agenda, 5 individuals in person, and 11 requesting to speak by phone. For those that requested to speak by phone, if you could please dial into the conference line now using the instructions that were provided to you. We'll go ahead and begin with the in-person speakers. As your name is called, again, if you could please come forward and stand on the arrows until it is your turn to speak at the podium. You'll then have 2 minutes to address the board. Please begin by stating your name for the audio record. I'd like to invite forward the following individuals: allegedly Audra, Hermes, and Charles Riley.
Hello, my name is Charles Riley, and I'm a conservation organizer with the San Diego chapter of the Sierra Club. I'm here on behalf of over 13,000 members and over 28,000 supporters here in San Diego and Imperial County. Sierra Club is very concerned with fire safety here in San Diego. A New York Times headline from this week read, "Fires in Southern California burned 30,000 acres and forced evacuations." These headlines are unfortunately all too familiar for residents of Southern California. So as you consider where new housing should be developed, I hope that you will consider the devastation that wildfires has had on our communities for too long. The Sierra Club has been collaborating with staff on the fire safe and VMT efficient alternative in the County Climate Action Plan. I would like to introduce this as the preferred alternative of the Sierra Club, San Diego 350, the Climate Action Campaign, Surf Rider, San Diego Coastkeeper, the Environmental Center of San Diego, Endangered Habitats League, Audubon, Clean Earth for Kids, Climate Reality Project, and the North County Climate Change Alliance ahead of the September 11th hearing on the County Climate Action Plan. We look forward to working with the Board of Supervisors to achieving the best possible County Climate Action Plan and hopefully adopting the fire safe and VMT efficient alternative. I would also like to talk about the Tijuana River pollution crisis that has reached a point of catastrophe. A new landfill being proposed by private developers in the Tijuana River watershed along the U.S.-Mexico border will only make this intolerable solution for communities and ecosystems already overburdened with water, soil, and air pollution even worse. Of further concern to us is that this Otay Mountain wilderness is home to numerous endangered, threatened, and sensitive species. When residents considered the proposed landfill project over a decade ago, it was believed that this landfill capacity was desperately needed. We find out later on that this is no longer needed. We have enough landfill capacity for over 30 years. The Sierra Club supports SB 1208, which has gone through both the Senate and a few different assembly bills in the California legislature. And we would like to request that the Board of Supervisors in their individual capacity support SB 1208 and help this get over the finish line and stop this landfill from being put into the eastern Mesa area.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My person uses the name Audra. So it's interesting, Tara, that you want to sit and use the Donald Trump assassination. Who knows? It's totally an inside job. What's going on there? It's pretty crazy, but I'm sure you're happy about that as you don't like him. But you're using that as an excuse, and I love the term political violence that's going around, right? But you're using it as an excuse to act like we're a threat. And like we're going to come and open fire in this room, even though we go through metal detectors and all this stuff. So you have to add another sheriff on this side so that, you know, we can be surrounded by them. When it's like, if anything, I should be concerned. I've been beat up by them. Nobody's beat you guys up. You might not like the words that people say, but you don't get to sit and determine what free speech is and try and kick people out because they're talking to your staff, which I have every valid right to talk to your staff when they're the ones doing the reports. So for you to sit there and be like, you can't talk to them. Yeah, I talked to Dr. Death yesterday when he left. He actually waved, and I called him Dr. Death. Bye. And he waves. So it's like, if you're not going to allow that, then you guys shouldn't be up there getting to say whatever you want. You just like to throw down rules to, like, boss the people around. And you don't have the authority to do that. But to act like we're a threat and we're going to come in here and shoot you guys or do something like that, you're just gaslighting us. And acting like, oh, and virtue signaling like you're so superior, like threatened by the people. And again, you don't get to determine what we say and what we don't. If I want to say fuck you the whole time, I could. But see, you can't even look up because you're a coward. And you want to sit up there like you're just so superior to the people when we fucking pay your paycheck.
Thank you. Next speaker, Hermes. Call the final two speakers as well, Stephanie Peck and Dorothea Flanagan.
Hermes here. Oh, there we go. Hermes here. Well, there's a good reason. You guys should all look into the story of Hermes the first day he was born. That may give you some kind of indication on my actions that I've been taking for the past several years. On top of that, I understand that you guys aren't going to do anything regarding my issue. You're not going to address it. You're not going to go in and talk to me. For whatever reason, whether or not you were elected or selected. Now, Monica, I want to go ahead and point something out because I want to go in and slam someone else in particular. In a fair election, you would have won. 100%, you would have won over Amy. Both of you had people cheating to get you elected, which bumped up the numbers, and you still won, and I'm glad you did over Amy. But it doesn't mean that you weren't selected. You weren't selected. Tara was most likely definitely selected. Same goes for Nora. Because in cities, it is extremely easy to go ahead and cheat the system. In the outlying areas, it's a lot harder. Joel, on the other hand, knows this. That is why he helped Michael Vu become our registrar and helped him change our voting system to a vote-by-mail system. Ain't that true, Joel? But we won't go ahead and talk about that. I don't care about political sides. I don't care one way or another. It's just whether or not you are doing something for us. And I recognize that, and I'm sorry for the crap that I've given you based off of the actions that I've had for the past 2 years before that, not giving you the proper chance to address my issue. I'm hoping that we could have a conversation regarding vote by mail, regarding where I think it comes from, and hope, and unlike Joel, look into it. I mean, Jim, sorry. Jim told me he was?
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Lawson-Remer and board members. My name is Stephanie Peck with Protect Otay Foothills. The coalition was founded to raise awareness and give voice to the serious concerns and opposition to the proposed new and private landfill in East Otay Mesa. The project would be sited in the Tijuana River watershed, 1/4 of a mile north of the border. I'm here today to speak about Senator Steve Padilla's bill, SB 1208, a significant and viable vehicle to address this project. This bill recognizes that we all live downstream and that what happens in the upper watershed of a tributary system affects the lower watershed. SB 1208 would prohibit the Regional Water Board from issuing a waste discharge permit for a new landfill in the Tijuana River estuary or tributary system unless a determination is made that the facility will not pollute or threaten to pollute the river. Authorized 14 years ago through a countywide ballot measure, zoning was changed to allow for the project. Language in the measure circumvents the county's own major use permit, so this new landfill will not come before you for review and MUP issuance. The board is not the lead agency, so you will not see the environmental impact report come before you for review and certification. Your hands have been tied. You've inherited this unwanted and unneeded project. Our region does not need a new landfill. The county's own state-required 2022 review report indicates that the county unequivocally has more than sufficient landfill capacity to reach at least 2053. SB 1208 has tremendous and broad support, including the leadership of Chair Vargas and the support of Supervisor Montgomery Stepp. We appreciate that support, and we urge the other supervisors to support.
Thank you. Your time is up, ma'am. We will now hear from those that have requested to speak by phone. When it is your turn to speak, you'll be unmuted. You'll hear a recording that will tell you to begin your comments after the beep. I'd like to again remind the callers they should mute their TV or live video stream before they begin speaking, and we'll go ahead and begin with our first caller.
Good morning. My name is Madison Rapp. I'm a public health educator and a mother of 3, including a 7-month-old baby. Having had 3 pregnancies in the past 7 years, I care deeply about promoting healthy pregnancies and infant care, and I am here to outline the dangers associated with cannabis use during pregnancy and breastfeeding. Marijuana is the most commonly used drug during pregnancy in the United States, with self-reported use up with 15 to 28% among women who are young, urban, and socioeconomically disadvantaged. In blood tests of pregnant women, over 22% are found to have marijuana in their system during pregnancy. Some patients use it for nausea-relieving properties during pregnancy and believe it is safe. The reality is that the more than 500 chemicals found in marijuana, including the mind-altering compound THC, can pass through a woman's placenta to the developing fetus during pregnancy and to a baby through breast milk, affecting the growing infant. It could be very important for the county to not normalize marijuana use in our county by increasing the number of marijuana storefronts. Having had a baby recently, it means a lot to me to be able to share these facts and concerns. I hope that the county would better educate pregnant and breastfeeding women. It's only fair that they know and understand the impacts of their decisions on their developing baby. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to the next speaker.
Hi, my name is Dora Fahim, president of Los Angeles Alliance for Animals. We specialize in equine cruelty and have equine experts on our team. I'd like to thank Supervisor Monica Stepp and Supervisor Desmond for always looking at members of the public when we speak. It's clearly a sign of respect, care, and concern for people because many of us spend hours in traffic just to come speak to you in person on important issues affecting our community. As a voting constituent, I only vote for elected officials that have animal welfare policies at the forefront of their priorities because it's important to myself and also my community. I also organize others to do the same. Animal welfare laws are not only created by experts to protect the people, but also protect animals. The statements from public safety groups who mentioned that the conditions of the horses on Artesian Road are sustainable clearly have no expertise in equine standard or welfare. Public safety group has also demonstrated that their standards of care that relate to the word sustainable is equivalent to allegations of criminal animal cruelty. That's what their standards are. Their standards are so low that equates to allegations of criminal animal cruelty. In addition, please raise your hand if you ate out of a toilet today. Well, that's what the horses on Artesian Road do every single day. My question is, why is the County of San Diego complicit in animal cruelty? Members of the public, if you have a dog, cat, or even a horse, please consider the horses on Artesian Road to be just like your own. Please call your supervisor's office and let them know that the horses and dogs on Artesian Road need to be immediately removed and hold your elected officials accountable. I'd like to end with Martin Luther King's quote from April 16, 1963, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We are caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one direction affects all indirectly." Thank you, supervisors, for all that you do for our county. Please consider animal welfare to be a priority because it is a priority to your constituents. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Go to our next caller.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Megan Stewart. My education and experience is in public health, and today I would like to highlight some concerning findings outlined in a recent article regarding the dangers of marijuana consumption in California. The investigation sheds light on the alarming presence of banned pesticides in the state's legal marijuana products, despite stringent regulations aimed at ensuring consumer safety. The article reveals troubling instances of labs falsifying safety tests, stores selling marijuana contained with harmful chemicals, and the Department of Cannabis Control's inability to effectively test for pesticide contamination in pot products. The lack of transparency has dangerously left the public unaware of the risks associated with consuming contaminated marijuana. It is essential that we acknowledge the potential health hazards posed by marijuana consumption. Exposure to banned pesticides and other contaminants can have serious implications for public health, particularly on vulnerable populations such as children, pregnant women, and individuals with compromised immune systems. I would like to urge the board to take proactive measures to address these concerns and ensure the safety of residents in San Diego County. This may include advocating for stricter enforcement of marijuana regulations, increasing transparency in the testing and labeling of marijuana products, and implementing public education campaigns in our community to raise awareness about the risks associated with marijuana consumption. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
Sarah, FAFO. Can you hear me?
Yes, please proceed with your comments.
Okay, sure. Sarah, FAFO, SPC. You better understand what that means. Practice what you preach, Tara. You're acting like a domestic terrorist sitting in a political seat. You all, including the Sheriff Department, are violating our Constitution, oaths, felony homicide, bribery, and committing treason. I don't give a fuck about your changeable rules, Tara. You are in violation of federal laws. Any attorney who oversteps their boundaries, also known as our constitutional right, you will be bar-grieved on a state and federal level with criminal charges. Attorneys sitting in today, you have been warned. I'm going to sue the shit out of each one of you. You are all traitors to the American people, and I will sue you in court.
We will go to our next caller.
Kevin Stevenson. So I didn't get a chance to speak on this yesterday, but I would like to speak on the recent KPBS documentary videos talking about some of the more outlandish remarks made at the recent meeting. And I would like to say, as usual, KPBS is really good at journalism.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, no, truth hurts, guys. Deal with it. See, that's what I'm talking about. Because to anyone who thinks that Consuelo and others are very fine people, very nice and very polite, I literally cannot say anything at these meetings without being interrupted like I was just 20 seconds ago. So you guys kind of make my point for me. But more onto that. To anyone who claims, oh, these guys are violent, these guys, they're not trying to attack them. Well, I mean, for starters, a lot of people forget about this. I don't. September 14th, 2021, Audra Morgan turns around the podium and faces the audience and publicly calls for the Board of Supervisors to be hung. Hung. She said the word hung. You know what that means. And by the way, this is not just on the County San Diego YouTube channel. That TPUSA/Awaken Church stooge, Sean Frederickson, posted it on his YouTube channel too.
That's what you get for treason.
Also, there's the more famous example of Matt Baker doing that "Hail Fauci" thing. If we remember, at the end of his speech, he said that the punishment for, quote, violating the Nuremberg Code is death.
Because it is.
We all remember that. It was all over the media. And people from the Humanist Report to the Young...
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to the next speaker.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and Vice Chair Tara Lawson-Rima. My name is Terry Ann Skelly. I'm a parent, a community planning group attendee, and community volunteer in youth programs, especially mentoring programs at our schools. The environment in our back country is important to me and to our students. I came to speak in non-agenda public comment today to share the recent press release, California State Parks Cannabis Watershed Protection Program cleans up illegal grow sites across the state. It lists 4 state parks where the cleanups occurred, one of which is Cuyamaca Rancho State Park, Wisconsin, where approximately 1,800 pounds of waste were removed from the seawater watershed. This cannabis watershed protection program aims to remove waste left over from illegal cannabis cultivation. Illegal cannabis cultivation in state parks results in environmental damage due to the use of toxic chemicals, including banned herbicides and pesticides. Also, illegal marijuana grows introduced in the back country, invasive and difficult to eradicate non-native plant species. Illegal marijuana grows destroy native plants and wildlife, among other damage, states the California State Parks July 12th press release. Perhaps the Board of Supervisors could ask for a report from its Parks Department, and at a minimum, not allow any marijuana, hemp, or marijuana grows, which botanically are the same plant, out here in our community until we understand what is already happening. I'm quite sure that the situation within this Sweetwater watershed is only a very small part of this problem. Thank you for hearing me this afternoon.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
How is that acceptable? And we're only restricting how can the public shut that down?
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors and Vice Chair Lawson-Remer. Last week I had the opportunity.
Can you pause their time?
And I'm going to pause your time.
Okay, we cannot have this kind of disruption, so
No, I
please sit
apologize.
down.
I'm just trying to find out why you allow people to talk about the public, yet we're not allowed to, like, you kicked out someone, honestly, yesterday, for talking about a county.
I will talk this. Stop. I will talk to you about this personally after this meeting. This is disrupting the conduct of the meeting and interrupting someone else's speaking time. I will talk to you after the meeting. Thank you. Go ahead.
And you may begin your comments. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak and share my concerns. Again, this is Ann Riddle, and as a county planning group member, I had an opportunity last Tuesday to attend via Zoom the county's Socially Equitable Cannabis Program Stakeholders meeting. Thank you to the staff who presented it. And there we learned about a program I hadn't realized was in play called the Cannabis Entrepreneurs Program. It had been our planning group's understanding that any policy the county is interested in will come to all of us to hear and to read and for you all to vote on.
and that hasn't happened yet, is my understanding. So I was surprised that the entrepreneur program was already taking place. My concern is that we taxpayers are paying your talented staff and using their time to teach people how to run a pot shop. Of all the things that I would want our citizens to learn, pot shop ownership and business is not one of them. There are so many things that your talented staff and our tax money could be used for that would really improve the quality of life of all the citizens of this county, and that would be a viable business that wouldn't be divisive and that would be accepted into our neighborhood. I wonder if we can take a look at the Cannabis Entrepreneur Program and pause it until we have a chance as citizens to hear about a full-fledged program that the county and the staff is putting together for us to learn about. We definitely need a...
Thank you. Your time is up. We'll go to our next speaker.
I'm a public health educator with a focus on youth substance use prevention. I would like to share a study just published in the journal Tobacco Prevention and Cessation. The findings are important because our county is home to several colleges and universities serving thousands of young people from diverse backgrounds. The study found that e-cigarette use among college students is rising, along with the use of multiple substances. Of those who use e-cigarettes, only 5% use tobacco alone. 95% reported using multiple substances, most cited being marijuana and tobacco. Marijuana use was more prevalent than tobacco use. Approximately 6 out of 10 students reported vaping marijuana, while 4 in 10 reported vaping tobacco. Students who reported psychological distress or recent mental health treatment were more likely to use e-cigarettes alongside other substances, including alcohol. The study underscores the need for comprehensive, multifaceted approaches that address both behavioral substance use prevention strategies and policy changes that support a healthier environment. These could include restricting retail density for alcohol, tobacco, and marijuana outlets, greater enforcement for those who conduct illegal sales, and a vigorous educational campaign about the potential harms of these products for youth. Keep in mind that college students are the targets of aggressive, youth-focused advertising designed to increase use, even though many of them are under the age of 21. The Centers for Disease Control warns that youth substance use can harm brain development, raise the risk of mental health disorders and substance use disorders, increase the risk of intoxicated driving, poor decision-making, and other unsafe activities. Thank you for your consideration on this important topic.
Thank you. We'll go to our next speaker.
It's just for the record, today when I went to sign up to speak, the county website gave me the message, access denied, which blocked my access to the entire county website from my computer and phone. I called Board Operations with a number I wrote down, and they signed me to speak at 9 a.m. Didn't even ask my positions on items, oh well. 2 weeks ago, I was on the verge of quitting these toxic meetings for good and have been considering it for months. I reluctantly did the next meeting. It worked out where I ended up unintentionally learning about some things through a dominoes of events. Point is, I was still done, and then, Tara, you brought me back with your KPBS nonsense, censorship nonsense, and narcissistic Nathan-like lack of character. I know just how disgusting this business is, but didn't everybody already go through enough being used by Nathan? Maybe, Terry, you're justifying it in your mind by telling yourself that Nora was emotionally overwhelmed anyway, her voice was faltering, and that you think you can do better. Well, you proved the latter untrue by intentionally discouraging people from speaking by doing a 1-minute limit when there's 10 speakers, which is an easily rigged system where 10 fake profiles could sign up and never actually speak. And also interrupting speakers after only 5 seconds of them speaking, and then stealing people's time, and then kicking people out who found a loophole in your unlawful made-up rules and whose content you personally didn't like. The exact same technique Nathan used to terrorize people. But of course, Tara, you have James Tanning on your team who used to work for Nathan. And if I remember correctly, James was the person who ripped away people's signs when he didn't want them in Nathan's press conferences. And Nathan's former chief of staff, Paul Worley, who was county director of special projects until this April, Paul's wife, Nancy Worley, just happens to be the station manager of KPBS. Very interesting coincidence. In the end, everyone who engages in nefarious activities eventually meets their self-created downfall. Ask Nathan. And Tara, I saw you on TV where you almost fell off a bench in heels. Is that the surfing you told KPBS you do to relax after these toxic meetings? I'm concerned about you talking about it could be a threat.
Thank you. Your time is up. And Vice Chair Lawson-Remer, that concludes the request for non-agenda public communication this afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.
Next regular meeting of the board will take place on Tuesday, August 27th at 9 a.m.